Hello and welcome back, guys. We're now starting a new story, Hidden Gem, by AkaAkuma. You can find author's profile link in the description. Let's begin. Once upon a time, in a bustling city, a young artist named Haru discovered a hidden gem of a gallery tucked away in a quiet alley. The gallery was filled with breathtaking artwork, each piece telling a story of its own. Haru felt an instant connection to the art and the mysterious aura surrounding the gallery. As Haru explored the exhibits, he encountered a fellow artist named Sora, who was passionate about sharing the stories behind each piece. Their conversations flowed effortlessly, filled with excitement and inspiration. Haru admired Sora's dedication and unique perspective on art, which ignited a spark within him. One day, while discussing their dreams and aspirations, Sora revealed a personal struggle with self-doubt. Haru listened intently, offering words of encouragement and support. This moment deepened their bond, as they both realized the importance of believing in oneself. As the days passed, Haru and Sora collaborated on a project that combined their artistic styles. They spent countless hours in the gallery, laughing, sharing ideas, and pushing each other to grow. Their friendship blossomed into something more, filled with unspoken feelings and a shared passion for creativity. The gallery became a sanctuary for both artists, a place where they could express themselves freely and inspire one another. With each brushstroke, they poured their hearts into their work, creating a masterpiece that reflected their journey together. As the opening night of their exhibition approached, excitement filled the air. Haru and Sora stood side by side, nervous yet hopeful about sharing their art with the world. They knew that this was just the beginning of their artistic adventure, and together, they were ready to embrace whatever came next. Chapter 1, Messy Meeting. Today was supposed to be a normal day for Izuku. He planned to head to school, keep his head down, avoid provoking Kacchan, and then go to the gym, hoping to avoid a confrontation. After that, he would visit the retirement home and finally return home for a late dinner with his mom. However, today was different. They were discussing their futures. The teacher was right about everyone wanting to be a hero, but statistically, very few would actually become one. It all came down to their quirks and the amount of training they had undergone. Those with strong quirks could rely on them, but even those without could succeed if they trained hard enough. Unfortunately, Izuku's classmates seemed unwilling to put in the effort, expecting their quirks to carry them, even if their abilities weren't particularly suited for heroics. This meant that many of them would likely not gain admission to a hero school. Sensei. Don't group me with these extras. I'm nothing like them. Kacchan declared, provoking the class. Izuku had often told him to stop calling others extras, but he felt it was a losing battle. The class erupted in boos at Kacchan's taunts. Shut up. Extras should act like extras. Kacchan continued, surprising Izuku with how many still admired him despite his constant belittling of others. Ah, Bakugo, you must be aiming for UA High School, the teacher said cheerfully, prompting excited reactions from the students. UA was the top hero school in the country, and gaining admission was no easy feat. The stupid chatter of extras. I aced the mock exam. I'm the only one here besides Deku with what it takes for UA. I'll surpass All Might and become the best hero out there. Not to mention, I'll be one of the richest people in the world. Kacchan boasted, jumping onto his desk. Oh, you're also going for UA, aren't you, Midoriya? The teacher added, putting Izuku in the spotlight. Midoriya. No way, they don't let criminals in. Yeah, no hero school would take someone who steals from others. Why would they want you with your weak copies of our quirks when they can just have us? Shut up. Deku's better than all of you combined. He actually puts in effort unlike you wannabes. And why would he need your quirks? Kacchan defended Izuku, who knew better than to interrupt him. He understood that while many of their quirks weren't useful to him, he would treasure any quirk he could copy. The quirks he had received were gifts that deserved time and dedication. His classmates often accused him of stealing their quirks, but the only quirk he had stolen was his mother's, and that was an accident when he first discovered his ability. Every other quirk he had copied was with permission, even Kacchan's, which had been granted under the assumption that Izuku was lying about his own quirk. He's got my quirk, so he doesn't need any other quirks. He still won't beat me, even with my quirk. I'm going to be number one. Kacchan declared from his desk. Izuku kept his head down but offered a small smile. He was fine with Kacchan being better than him, it meant less stress and fewer confrontations. He had learned to stay just below Kacchan's level to avoid his explosive reactions. The teacher redirected the class back to the lesson, and Kacchan took his seat. Izuku leaned forward and traced the word "thanks" on Kacchan's back with his finger. Despite Kacchan's rough demeanor, he had defended Izuku, a change from 3 years ago. Kacchan's behavior had improved since Izuku had presented as an Omega, though Izuku often wondered why. Perhaps Kacchan's instincts drove him to protect Izuku, or maybe he saw him as a pack mate. As the school day ended, they packed up and headed to the gym. Their school had only 2 gyms, and they didn't always have access after school due to club activities, but today was different. Izuku had insisted they practice quirkless fighting to avoid injuries, and Kacchan reluctantly agreed. They faced each other, and as the match began, Kacchan rushed toward him, leading with a kick to Izuku's side, a change from his usual right hook. Izuku rolled under the kick and aimed a strike at Kacchan's leg, which he jumped over. Taking a moment to create some distance, Izuku continued his assault. He lunged forward, grabbing Izuku's right forearm and attempting to pull him in for a knee to the gut. Izuku swiftly dodged and used his leg to sweep Kacchan's feet out from under him. They both fell to the ground, landing with their legs splayed in opposite directions. Izuku swung one leg over Kacchan's throat, curling it around his neck, effectively pinning him down. Kacchan struggled to escape but found himself unable to break free from Izuku's hold. After a brief struggle, he tapped out. "Damn it. That's unfair," Kacchan exclaimed, his face flushed, possibly from the tight grip. "But Kacchan, I followed all the rules. I didn't use any quirks and I didn't aim for your face," Izuku replied. "Whatever, let's go again," Kacchan grumbled, and they continued their sparring for about an hour. After finishing up, they took a shower and got dressed in their uniforms. Normally, they would walk home together, but today Izuku was heading to the retirement home to spend time with some residents. When he was younger, his mother had worked as a med-surg nurse and had cared for an older woman who had come in for surgery. The woman had been miserable, and the surgery was a blessing as her family finally visited her. His mother had come home in tears, which made Izuku cry too. Wanting to cheer her up, he promised to visit the woman, and he kept that promise even after she left the hospital. During his first visit to the home, other residents had gathered around him, and he realized that many families didn't visit often. Determined to help, he started spending more time there. After reconciling with Kacchan, he had invited him to join, but Kacchan had declined, saying it sounded boring. They parted ways, and Izuku headed down the familiar streets toward the home. As he approached a crossroad, he noticed a thin man dressed in oversized clothes with a shopping bag. The man looked emaciated, and Izuku's mind raced with thoughts about what kind of quirk he might have. Suddenly, he heard a commotion and turned to see a large mass of sludge looming over the man. Without thinking, Izuku rushed toward the man, who exclaimed in surprise. Izuku realized he needed a plan. He couldn't use his quirk since that would be illegal, so he decided to act quickly. He threw his backpack at the sludge's eyes and grabbed the man's arm, pulling him away as they ran, hoping to find a hero. Arf! Damn it! What the hell? Don't get in my way, the sludge yelled as it chased after them. As they ran, Izuku noticed that the man's frail appearance was due to an injury rather than a quirk. The man began coughing violently, blood coming up with each cough. They had to stop, or he would collapse. Izuku considered picking him up, but that would slow them down. He had to use all available resources to help them escape. He thought about his quirks. His moonwalk ability wouldn't work with the added weight, and he had never used his explosion quirk for flight. With his hands full, he couldn't escape that way. The only option left was to attack. He decided to use his cherry bomb quirk. As he threw the grenade, it exploded, scattering the sludge everywhere, including on them. The slime began to reform and climb up Izuku. He attempted to use his shadow claws for a better grip, but it didn't help. The sludge started to pull itself back together and rolled toward him. Izuku realized he didn't have any long-range quirks that could keep it at bay. He could try Cherry Bomb again, but it would likely just splatter on them once more. He needed to think fast to find a way out of this situation. She can use these discs as projectiles or as a shield, or she or others can ride them. Ishimori Tsubaki has a quirk called Flowers, which allows her to create any flower from the earth and control their growth and manipulation. She can sharpen the petals and use them as projectiles. The stranger was also hit with the gunk, and he needs to succeed to save the man. Izuku tries using snow, which is swallowed by the slime, causing it to shudder and dump it on the side of the street. He wishes he had asked Aki-san if he could copy her quirk, thermokinesis, hoping he'll live to ask her. He starts letting off steam, hoping it might cause the villain to back off a bit. Hajiwara Izumi has a quirk called Snow, which allows her to produce and manipulate snow. Aki Nanako has a quirk called thermokinesis, enabling her to emit heat or cold into the surrounding air. Tanaka Satoru has a quirk called Steam, which lets him release steam from any pore on his body. It works. The steam loosens the villain's hold on Izuku, allowing him to claw some of the sludge from himself. Hopefully, it's enough to get him released so he can save the stranger. Suddenly, Izuku is grabbed by a large hand, and a massive air stream blasts by him. The sludge is pushed back, and he falls to the ground. Then, All Might walks past him. When did he arrive? He has 2 large bottles, which he empties and starts gathering the slime into them. The bottles were in the stranger's bag. Sir, where did the other man go? Did you see him? Izuku stammers in front of his idol. He notices All Might deflating, revealing the skeletal man beneath. Are you, a fake? Some sort of shape-shifting quirk? An illusion? Izuku asks, surprised. I am All Might, he replies, blood trickling from his mouth. Whoa. No way. You know how PEO, Izuku interrupts. It's sorta like Fatgum's quirk, right? He can absorb the force behind attacks and release it in one big punch, but it weakens him afterward. I thought maybe your quirk bulks you up, but you just bulked up without eating anything. Does it have something to do with how you're coughing up blood? Izuku asks, concerned about upsetting All Might. You're pretty smart, young man. I'll explain once this villain is taken care of. All Might continues to gather the villain into the bottles. Right. Izuku moves to help, using his pull quirk to gather pieces of the unconscious villain. Hey, is it bad that the villain saw you? Izuku asks hesitantly. Oh no, All Might says, his eyes widening. Well, people probably won't believe him, Izuku replies awkwardly, noticing how All Might is stuffing the bottles into his oversized pants. I have to take this guy into the station. You won't get in trouble for using your quirk. Oh, thank goodness. My mom would probably have a heart attack if she heard about this. Izuku sighs in relief, smoothing out his uniform, which smells bad. He thinks about rushing home before his mom wakes up, but realizes he won't be able to visit the retirement home in this state. As he adjusts his backpack, he realizes it's missing. Ah! My backpack. All my stuff. He rushes back the way they came. Wait up, young man. I'd like to join you. All Might jogs to catch up, and Izuku slows down to avoid hurting himself. He wonders why All Might wants to join him, perhaps because he just discovered one of his best-kept secrets. If I may ask, why did you run in? It would have been safer to get a hero, All Might inquires. It's kinda embarrassing. My body just started to move before I could think, Izuku admits, his cheeks flushing. I realized halfway there what I was doing. I knew I couldn't use my quirk, so I thought about what I could try, and the eyes and mouth seemed like the best option. I didn't have anything besides my backpack, so I threw it. You did end up using your quirk. All Might says awkwardly, his body tense. Well, once I knew running wasn't an option, I figured saving you was more important than the law. Sorry for putting you in a position to cover for me. Nonsense. You spurred me into action. You see, 5 years ago, I received this injury. My respiratory system was nearly destroyed, and my stomach was removed. He lifts his shirt to reveal a large wound on his side. I've wasted away because of the after effects of those surgeries. I can only do my hero work for about 3 hours a day. 5 years ago. Was it Toxic Chainsaw? Izuku asks. That lowlife. He could never do this to me. This was never made public. That is, I ask that it not be made public. A symbol of peace who saves people with a smile must never be daunted by evil. The reason I smile is to stave off the overwhelming pressure and fear I feel. All Might paused, turning to face Izuku, who returned the gaze. Izuku had always admired how All Might could maintain his smile even in dire situations. It was the essence of what a hero should be, someone who brings hope with their mere presence. Now that Izuku understood the fear behind that smile, his admiration deepened. Fighting through fear, even when it weighs you down, was truly admirable. Today I had used up all my time. I felt like a fool. As the symbol of peace, I couldn't even catch this one villain. When he appeared before me, I was prepared to face the worst because I felt like a farce. But then you came in, a small middle schooler with only a backpack. Izuku felt a twist in his gut. A hero should be willing to risk their life, but to give up. That didn't feel like the All Might he had grown up with. How lonely must it be to carry such a burden alone? He knew All Might had his agency, but he had only ever had one sidekick, and they had stopped working together years ago. That couldn't be a coincidence. You reminded me what it means to be a hero. If I'm not willing to go beyond my limits, how could I call myself a hero? A pro should always be ready to risk their life. Izuku felt tears welling up, but he fought to hold them back. He couldn't cry in front of his idol, the very person he inspired. A few tears slipped free, but he had to stay strong. You know, most top heroes show signs of greatness even as children. Many of them claim that their bodies simply moved before they could think. That's what happened to you back there, you're a true hero. Izuku couldn't help but let more tears flow. All Might seemed surprised by his emotional outburst, which was understandable. He had a tendency to cry a lot, a family trait. It's just, no one except my mom, my friend, and my friend's family has ever thought I could be a hero. Izuku sobbed, trying to wipe his face and regain composure. Not even the Quirk counselor. Everyone just says I'm a criminal because I steal, but I don't. I ask. They say I'll only get far because of someone else's power, so I'll never achieve anything. I'll be using others to make me a hero. Izuku hunched over, ducking his head as he tried to calm himself. A large hand rested gently on his head, and he felt the comforting touch as it rubbed through his curls. It's what you do with your quirk that defines it as good or bad. And today you used yours to help me. That's more defining than anything else. All Might spoke quietly. Izuku managed to calm down a bit, though a few tears still escaped, and his breath hitched. When he looked up, All Might's hand fell away, and he met the hero's gaze. All Might smiled at him, not the usual hero smile, but a genuine one. Let's go get your stuff. He patted Izuku's shoulder and began walking. They made their way toward Izuku's backpack, and he started gathering his belongings. All Might helped pick up a few items, including Izuku's hero analysis notebook, which was open to a page about the division hero, Denominator, a rescue hero who used his quirk to divide debris. This is some pretty good stuff, young man, All Might said with a soft smile. Izuku swallowed thickly and offered a shaky smile in return. Thank you. I love analyzing quirks. It was what got him through the day sometimes. He knew that if any of the other students saw it, they would talk about how he was thinking of stealing the hero's quirk. He had even gotten in trouble a few times because a student claimed he was going to steal their quirk, leading to a teacher's punishment. Does that perhaps have something to do with your quirk? Probably. Knowing about people's quirks helps me if I ever copy that quirk or one similar to it. But it also helps to know how to take down an enemy. He had originally focused on heroes, but Kacchan had suggested he analyze everyone's quirks in case he faced an opponent with a similar quirk someday. He had written about All Might's quirk before, but this new information was game-changing, and he couldn't even write about it yet. Copy. Yeah. Oh. I didn't actually explain my quirk, did I? I can copy any quirk within a certain radius of myself. What did you think I meant? Well, you said people accused you of stealing, so I assumed you could take quirks, All Might said awkwardly. Take someone's quirk. I don't think that's possible. Though I suppose in the world of quirks, anything is possible. He mused that if they went back 250 years, every quirk would seem impossible. There had once been fictional stories about people having superpowers, but a quirk that took other quirks just seemed far-fetched. Why would someone say you're stealing when you're just copying? It probably has something to do with how quirk-focused our society is. Your quirk defines you, it makes you unique. So someone who can have that uniqueness is seen as a threat to individuality. He reflected on how society's focus on quirks had caused divisions. Those with powerful quirks were praised, put on pedestals, and taught from a young age that they could do no wrong. Conversely, those with weak or useless quirks were often looked down upon. Civilians weren't allowed to use their quirks in public, but the emphasis on powerful quirks led to a sense of entitlement among those who possessed them, creating a culture of superiority. People who aren't visually appealing often face challenges in securing jobs and opportunities, leading some to seek out illegal means to earn a living. Those with villainous quirks are frequently treated poorly, which can push them toward villainy, creating a self-fulfilling prophecy. Many fail to recognize that their actions contribute to this cycle, instead believing that these individuals are destined to be villains simply because of their quirks. Quirkless individuals are often regarded as the lowest in society, and Izuku knows this all too well, having spent several years without a quirk himself. As he finishes sorting his bag, Izuku stands up and slings it over his shoulder. He feels a bittersweet pang as he realizes this is likely where he and his idol part ways. He may not see All Might again until he becomes a hero himself, and with the 3-hour limit on their encounter, he might not see him at all. Izuku recalls All Might's earlier words, "I was prepared to die." He wonders what will happen the next time he finds himself without motivation to act. The thought of dying in pursuit of his dreams is unsettling. While some might argue that heroes die honorably for a cause, Izuku believes that giving up, rather than fighting on, is a tragic end. He feels that a true hero should never surrender, regardless of the circumstances or the suitability of their quirk. All Might understands this now, but will he remember it next time? Suddenly, All Might speaks up, offering Izuku an unexpected opportunity. "Actually, young man, I have an offer for you. You want to be a hero, correct?" "Yes, sir," Izuku replies eagerly. "I'd like to help train you." All Might exclaims, his enthusiasm palpable. Izuku is taken aback. Why would All Might want to help him? "Why me?" he asks, still in disbelief. "Well, you inspired me and reminded me of what it means to be a hero. As my time draws to a close, I've been searching for a successor, and I think you'd be perfect." "Really? Me? I'm honored. But I don't think I'm anything special. Is it because I can copy your quirk?" Humility is a great trait, but too much can hold you back. You need to recognize your own heroic qualities. I wasn't focused on your quirk when I chose you as my successor, it was your actions that stood out to me. Tears well up in Izuku's eyes, but he fights to hold them back. Though now I am curious if you could copy my quirk, All Might adds. I can copy any quirk, sir, Izuku responds confidently. Well, give it a try. Izuku reaches out with his quirk, feeling All Might's power surge through him. It feels immense, more powerful than any quirk he has encountered. As he probes deeper, he senses not only All Might's emotions but also a multitude of other feelings: confusion, fear, and a lot of anger. Suddenly, the emotions lash out, causing Izuku to recoil in pain. Why is your quirk sentient? He exclaims. Ah, well, that's a story for another time, All Might replies, looking away, leaving Izuku even more curious. He wonders about the nature of All Might's quirk. Could it be a transformation quirk with a sentient aspect? Does that mean All Might and his quirk are separate entities? Izuku's mind races with questions about the strength and capabilities of All Might's quirk. Wow, you can chatter, huh? Does your mind always work that fast? All Might comments, catching Izuku off guard. Oh. Sorry. I tend to mutter when I'm thinking, Izuku explains sheepishly. Well, just make sure you don't share details about my quirk with others. Of course. My lips are sealed, he promises, miming zipping his lips. Here, we should exchange numbers so I can text you about our training sessions. Izuku can hardly believe it, he's getting All Might's number. Wow, you're a fanboy, huh? All Might teases. Sorry. I can't help it. What would you do if your idol gave you their phone number? Izuku responds, excitement bubbling over. Fair point. I suppose I can't fault you, I would have been just as thrilled at your age. They exchange numbers, and as they part ways, Izuku feels a rush of exhilaration. He has so many questions for All Might, from his time in America to his experiences at UA. As he walks away, Izuku wonders if All Might is interested in learning about him too, especially since he is to be his successor. There may not be anything particularly interesting about his own life, but he hopes to prove himself worthy of the opportunity. His quirk awakened later than usual, which was something to think about. Unlike All Might, he didn't know anyone particularly interesting. Auntie and uncle were fashion designers, but he doubted All Might would be interested in fashion. Izuku figured All Might wore whatever his agency provided. He could mention Kacchan, but he didn't think All Might would care much about a kid who constantly claimed he would be number one. Perhaps, since Kacchan was his friend, All Might want to know about him. But Izuku also wondered if he was just a means to an end. From their limited interactions, All Might seemed genuinely nice. Maybe All Might would want to hear about Izuku's mom. He thought a successor's family would be of interest, but there wasn't much to say. He only had his mom, his dad had left, and he didn't have any extended family. His uncle had passed away due to health issues, and his grandparents from his dad's side had also died before he was born. His mom's parents had adopted her, but it was more for appearances, and they had treated her poorly, leading her to cut contact. She wasn't interested in finding out about her BRTH family, so it was just the two of them. Izuku felt a knot in his stomach at the thought of revealing he was a male Omega. What would All Might think? Would he be accepting, or would he reconsider his offer to be his successor? Izuku worried about the Hero Commission and their intentions towards someone like him. He had heard unsettling things about how they treated people with powerful quirks. On his way home, he realized he was supposed to visit the retirement home. He called to let them know he wouldn't be there. Once home, he slipped off his shoes and realized they needed washing. He quickly undressed, tossed his shoes in the washer, and rushed to the shower, not wanting his mom to wake up to him wandering around the apartment. After his shower, he changed into workout clothes and met his mom in the kitchen. "What are you doing home? And you've already taken a shower?" she asked. "Yeah, I ran into a kid showing off his quirk, and it made me smell bad, so I decided to head straight home to clean up. I'll probably need another shower after my workout," he explained. "Is that also why the washing machine is running?" "Yeah, my clothes smelled awful, so I threw them in the wash." "Alright, and the banging coming from the washer. That would be my shoes, Izuku admitted sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck. Your shoes. Honey, I could have just hand-washed them. Now they'll have to go in the dryer, where the banging will be even louder. You better hope none of the neighbors complain. He hunched his shoulders, feeling a bit guilty. Okay, you go do any homework or studying you need to do. I'm making yaki udon with some leftover pork belly. Even though it was the beginning of the year, they already had homework, including an essay about the Meiji PRD. Izuku had chosen to write about the Satsuma Rebellion, a topic he loved because of his interest in samurai. Soon, it was time to eat. So, how did your day go? His mom asked between bites. Nothing special, really, besides the incident with the kid, he replied, not wanting to burden her with the truth. He had learned to hide his pain and struggles to spare her worry. In the past, when she found out about his injuries, she had gone to great lengths to address it, but it hadn't changed much. He didn't want her to stress over him. How was work? He asked, shifting the focus. Well, I helped in the ER today instead of intensive care. They've been short-staffed. We had a lot of chest pain, abdominal pain, breathing issues, and headaches. I don't think many people understand what qualifies as an emergency. We did have a car accident come in, and the receptionist mentioned they get at least one villain attack victim each week. After finishing their meal, they washed their own dishes, a compromise they had reached. Izuku always tried to help, but his mom insisted on doing the pots and pans. They parted ways to do their own things. He completed his evening workout, took another shower, and then studied for a while. Eventually, he lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. Today, he had met his idol, and he was actually a good person. They always said you shouldn't meet your idols because they might disappoint you. So far, he hasn't disappointed Izuku, though they only talked for a little while. He imagines there will come a time when he might, but they'll deal with that when the time comes. He wants to train Izuku and wonders what they will do together. He already does a lot of exercise, both in the morning and evening, and he spars with Kacchan as well. His mind races with all the possibilities, but he knows he needs to settle down to sleep. As he tries to calm his mind, it betrays him with thoughts of why he couldn't copy All Might's quirk. Was it because it's sentient? He can only assume so. This felt different. While he hasn't copied a sentient quirk before, he has felt one. He could sense both the person's and the quirk's emotions. It felt like he was experiencing two different quirks from the same source. But this felt distant, as if it was coming from within the quirk itself. Perhaps his sentient quirk is different from Miyahara-san's. Still, as he drifts off to sleep, he can't help but wonder how one quirk can hold so much power. Chapter 2, Learning mutually. Lately, life hasn't been particularly kind, though he knows he doesn't have the right to complain, as there are people who certainly have it worse. He is the #1 hero in Japan, the symbol of peace, just as he had wanted when he was young. However, his time as the symbol of peace is coming to a close. At least he was able to avenge Nana, even if it left him feeling worn. His main problem right now is that his body is failing him. He can only maintain his form for 3 hours a day, which is the reason he is even in Mizurufu. He is there to talk with Nedzu about a teaching position at UA so he can find a successor. He hopes to see the first years since they would have time left for their bodies to adjust to one for all. He has been trying to think about how his MSTR must have felt when she chose him. She took a chance on a middle school boy simply because of his dream, so he wants to find someone young who has a dream. Mirai says he has a successor picked out, though he is coming up on his 3rd year. Apparently, this successor aims to save at least 1 million people. It's an extraordinary dream, but Toshinori thinks Mirai might be stuck on the next symbol of peace being exactly like All Might. Toshinori believes the next symbol of peace should be different from him in some ways. After all, they've had him for a while, and they need something new. While in Mizurufu, he has taken to resolving any crime he encounters. This is why he followed a villain made of sludge. Unfortunately, his time had run out, so he sent out an alert for the villain over the hero network. Toshinori's failure weighed heavily on him, as every failure does, but this one felt particularly burdensome. Perhaps that's why, when the villain appeared before him in a small form, he accepted his fate. But then, a backpack flew past him and hit the villain in the eyes. A small hand grabbed him and pulled him away from the villain. As he was pulled away, he took in his savior, a boy dressed in a junior high uniform. The boy looked back with a panicked but smiling face, showing off freckled cheeks and wide green eyes that complemented his wild curly green hair. He was remarkably small, implying he was perhaps only in his first or second year. The scent of a pup lingered in the air, leading Toshinori to lean toward the idea that he was a first-year student. They soon slowed to a stop as Toshinori caught his breath. The small boy positioned himself in front of Toshinori, pulling a cherry from his palm. He removed the stem and threw the cherry at the sludge villain. It exploded, sending pieces of the villain flying. For a moment, Toshinori thought the villain had been knocked out, but the slime shuddered and began moving again, albeit at a slower pace. He tried to remove the gunk, noticing the boy doing the same, but his fingers were covered in shadows. What kind of dual quirk did he have? Their attempts to grasp the sludge proved futile, and the villain began rolling toward the boy, confining him. The sludge shuddered and then spat out snow onto the side of the road. Steam started to rise from the boy, loosening the slime's hold and giving him some room to move. Toshinori couldn't let his efforts go to waste. Unfortunately, the boy's power began to wane, revealing his form. He launched into a tangent that, from what Toshinori could follow, was quite intelligent. The boy helped gather the sludge using an entirely new power. Toshinori took a moment to observe the boy's curly hair and angular jaw. He couldn't see any resemblance before, as the boy obviously took after his mother, or perhaps he was a more distant relative. All for One had been alive for quite a while, so the boy could be a descendant. That might also explain the freckles, as All for One certainly didn't have those. As he interacted with the boy, Toshinori found it hard to believe they were related. But he had to keep his guard up. Still, as the boy expressed his frustration about being accused of stealing, Toshinori felt a pang of sympathy. After all, he never asked for a quirk like All for One. Yet, the boy didn't have All for One, he possessed something even better he could copy from anyone in his vicinity. Such a powerful quirk could make him an amazing hero. But it wasn't just the boy's quirk that prompted Toshinori to offer to train him. He wanted to train him for his actions. It would also serve as a good excuse to monitor him in case he was a spy for All for One. He decided against telling him about One for All just yet. If it turned out he was just an innocent boy with an unfortunate relative, he might still be a good candidate for One for All. When he tried to copy One for All, he confirmed one of Toshinori's suspicions: One for All was somewhat sentient. Or perhaps it held pieces of the previous users. There had been times when he felt strong surges of emotions, particularly when he was at his weakest. After the incidents passed, he was always left wondering about that surge of emotion, and now he knows. They parted ways after exchanging numbers. With it, he received a name, Midoriya Izuku. This was good to know since he could have Tsukachi investigate Midoriya's family. Still, he left with a pep in his step. He may have just found a successor. There was the issue of who he might be related to and whether he was actually innocent or not. Could Toshinori even choose him as a successor if he was related to All for One? What would his MSTR do? He thought she would like Midoriya. He seemed meek yet brave enough to put himself between a villain and someone he thought was a civilian. He appeared terrified, but he still ran in to help without a plan. Afraid, yet he didn't let it stop him from acting. Toshinori's mind flashed back to the shaky smile on Midoriya's panicked face when he looked back. If he is related to All for One, Toshinori didn't know how he would broach the subject since Midoriya clearly didn't know. Perhaps if he told him the origin of One for All, it would make sense. The first user was the brother of All for One, so it should be okay if it's given to someone related to All for One, right? A new resolve entered him, but he still needed to be cautious. Mirai always said that once Toshinori got something into his head, it was impossible to change his mind. But he couldn't afford to do that here, he had to ensure one for all went to the right person. He would meet the boy for training and judge his character, and Toshinori should ask Tsukachi to investigate his family. He needed to turn this villain in anyway. He pulled out his phone and gave Tsukachi a call. He decided to have the boy meet him at Takoba Beach at 6 a.m. He worried that it was a bit early for a preteen, but since he had school, they had to make the most of the time they had. The boy ran toward Toshinori with a big smile, waving his hand. He was wearing a t-shirt and track pants, and he was a lot more muscular than Toshinori originally thought. His uniform really hid his body. This may not take as long as he thought. All might. Midoriya said joyously. Young Midoriya. Hopefully, this wasn't too early for you. Oh, no. I wake up at like 4. Wow, so early. Any reason why? I like to work out early so I can have time for studying and analysis. Speaking of working out, we're here to train. At a beach full of trash. Yes, hauling around these pieces of trash will help you build muscle. But that's not all. The young heroes today only want fame and glory. But being a hero is all about volunteer work. No matter how unglamorous. Never forget that. He walked as he spoke, heading over to a large fridge, and Midoriya followed after him, jogging to keep up with his larger gait. Let's bring back this appealing view. He smashed down the fridge, sending trash flying out of the way, revealing the sunrise. This is the first step on your path to becoming a hero. Alright. Let's do this. Midoriya said with a cute, determined face. It was hard to imagine he was related to All for One. Right. I had prepared this aim to pass. All-American workout plan, but now that I know you already work out, I'll have to adjust the plan. Your uniform really doesn't do you justice. I know, Auntie says I have a sleeper build. Ha. To adjust my plan, I'll need to know your workout routine. Well, in the morning, I go for a run that usually lasts around 30 minutes. Then I do stretches quadriceps, hamstrings, calves, shoulders, lats, lunges, forward folds, glute bridges, spinal twists, butterfly stretches, pigeon poses, and lateral squats, all for 30 seconds. Then I do legs and shoulders dumbbell squats, 3 sets of 50 reps, dumbbell lunges, 2 sets of 50 reps, standing shoulder presses, 3 sets of 50 reps, then chest and back dumbbell bench presses, 3 sets of 50 reps, 1 arm dumbbell rows, 3 sets of 50 reps push-ups, 3 sets of 50 reps, then I do arms and abs alternating bicep curls, 3 sets of 50 reps seated dumbbell curls, 2 sets of 50 reps bench dips, 2 sets of 50 reps dumbbell kickbacks, 3 sets of 50 reps planks, 3 sets of minute holds. Then there is my evening workout. Evening. There's more. This already seemed like enough, doing more just seemed overkill. Sometimes I'll run home. It really depends on how hard Kacchan and I went with sparring. But I do all the stretches again. Then legs and shoulders Romanian dumbbell deadlifts, 2 sets of 50 reps seated calf raises, 4 sets of 50 reps tuck crunches, 3 sets of 50 reps the chest and back dumbbell flies, 3 sets of 50 reps. Push-ups, 3 sets of 50 reps, then arms and abs overhead triceps extensions, 3 sets of 50 reps, concentration curls, 3 sets of 50 reps, planks, 3 sets of minute holds. He finished with an innocent smile, as if he hadn't just given an absurdly hard workout plan for someone his age. And did he mention sparring? Well, young man, it seems you already have quite the extensive workout routine. Working at hauling the trash should be enough, though I may have you do some of what I have planned. But I don't want to overdo it, you have break days, yes. Anyway, we still have a while before you'll have to decide on a hero school. As an alumnus, I am hoping you'll choose UA. Saturday and Sunday are my break days. If I can. I definitely want to go to UA. Toshinori hummed in agreement. Do you have gloves for me to wear? Because, not to complain or anything, but this is a trash dump after all. There could be needles in here. Even if there aren't any needles, it's still a ton of junk, including a lot of metal. And I'm not sure if I'm up to date on my tetanus shot. And I definitely haven't been vaccinated against hepatitis A or B, so if I do run into a needle and injure myself, I could contract them. Oh yeah, Toshinori hadn't thought of that. And we need areas that we can dedicate to forming piles for recycling. Plastics, papers, glasses, and metals are all recycled differently. Things like bricks and concrete can be recycled as well. Electronic devices are specially recycled, but what counts as electronic? TVs and computers are obvious, but some appliances have electronic components. And I'm not sure about RBB though. I think tires can be recycled, so maybe I can just start a pile of only tires. Recycling. He hadn't even thought of that. Of course, recycling would be challenging, but it would be worth it. Toshinori felt his heart warm at the care Midoriya was showing. He truly hoped that Midoriya wasn't involved with All for One. Midoriya rummaged through some of the materials, his touch careful. Some of this metal could actually be sold. These copper pipes could fetch a good price, he said. I know we only have 10 months until UA's entrance exam, but sorting for recycling would be worthwhile, he continued, though Toshinori noted that for third years, the exam was indeed in 10 months. Ah, you probably thought I was a first year, right? Nope, I'm a third year, I'm just short with a baby face, Midoriya said, a hint of defeat in his tone. At least that made his workout plan more understandable. Still unpresented at your age. What, you should be presenting any time now, Toshinori remarked, noticing Midoriya tense up, hunching down with an uncomfortable look. It was understandable, people often felt nervous about their secondary gender. Midoriya seemed particularly anxious. Given his height, Toshinori speculated he might be a beta, or an omega, though that was rare among males. Well, no matter. Your gender doesn't determine your potential as a hero. Look at Mirko, she's the number 7 hero and a female omega. Midoriya perked up at this reassurance. Did he think Toshinori would care about his secondary gender? Even as an alpha, Toshinori didn't subscribe to the belief that alphas made the best heroes. His mentor had been an omega. Perhaps he should share that story to reassure Midoriya, but he hesitated, unsure of Midoriya's true identity. Right. Before we start cleaning, I need gloves. Let's plan how we're going to recycle things, Midoriya suggested, shaking off his discomfort. Toshinori agreed, and they spent their time working out a game plan. He handed over the meal plan he had created, and they revised it together. Toshinori didn't want to overwhelm Midoriya with too much at once, especially since he already had a solid routine. Midoriya assured him he had been following it for a while and was ready to increase his reps. Toshinori suggested adding a weighted backpack during his runs and doing a farmer's carry to the beach, followed by overhead carries on the way back. He also recommended increasing his weighted squat reps while keeping the others at 50. While at the beach, Toshinori planned for him to do some tire pushing, but not at the intensity he had initially considered. Though Toshinori didn't get to ask any personal questions, he felt they had plenty of time for that later. It might have been too soon anyway. Besides, he had received a message from Tsukachi indicating that Midoriya's father seemed suspicious. A couple of weeks into their training, Toshinori was almost certain that Midoriya wasn't working for All for One. He was an open book, wearing his heart on his sleeve, and he often teared up at any praise Toshinori offered. When he spoke, it was soft and a bit awkward, suggesting he didn't have much experience in casual conversation. Toshinori decided it was time to learn more about Midoriya's personal life. Young Midoriya, I was wondering if you could share more about your life, Toshinori called out, causing Midoriya to pause and look up, offering a tired smile. Sure, I don't mind. There's not much interesting about me, though. Ah. I suppose the fact that my quirk came in late is somewhat interesting. Really? When did it come in? Toshinori asked. When I was 7. I spent a few years being considered quirkless. Maybe that's why, once my quirk finally manifested, people continued to dislike me. It was easier to keep hating me. No matter how much I told them my doctor said I had a quirk, it just took a while, no one believed me. They hated me just because I didn't have a quirk, he said somberly, a sad smile on his face. Toshinori realized that the struggles of quirkless individuals had likely worsened since his own youth. Back then, being quirkless was still viewed poorly, but there were many more quirkless people than just himself. As quirkless individuals became rarer in newer generations, what was once considered normal had shifted dramatically. Toshinori hadn't really considered how quirkless people were treated today. In his youth, the focus had been on how mutant quirks were often viewed as lesser or feared. He had campaigned for better treatment of those individuals and felt he had made some progress, though he knew discrimination still existed. The challenges faced by quirkless individuals were a more recent issue, one he had been fortunate to avoid due to One for All. However, he knew there were many who weren't as lucky, especially children. From what he remembered, kids could be quite cruel, and he doubted that had changed over time. Maybe if my quirk had come in at a normal time, people wouldn't have been so mean to me afterward. By the time it manifested, they had already decided to ridicule me. Maybe I would have stayed friends with Kacchan, I don't know, though. He probably would have still been mean, and hopefully, I would have had enough sense to leave him. I probably would have stuck around trying to change him, Midoriya reflected, his brow furrowing and his smile fading further. Mutant quirks and villainous quirks were often lumped together, and he had heard of a girl in his class who had a BLD-based quirk and was teased for it. He hadn't thought much about villainous quirks, believing they didn't truly exist, but it seemed others had different views. Hearing about Midoriya's experiences made Toshinori realize how out of touch he had been as the #1 hero. Who's Kacchan? Toshinori asked. He's my friend. We've been friends since before we had quirks. We were going to be heroes together, but once his quirk manifested and mine didn't, everything changed. He has an incredible quirk that allows him to create explosions from his palm. Everyone started praising him, telling him he would be the greatest hero, and they taught him he could do no wrong. When my quirk didn't appear, people began to look down on me. He approached with a bitter smile, took a drink from his water bottle, and wiped the sweat from his brow. He continued, explaining how his friend's behavior shifted. He started to talk down to me and bully others too. I had to step in to protect them, which only resulted in me getting hurt. Then, when my quirk finally came in, he thought we could go back to how things were before. He offered me a sidekick position. I told him he would make a great hero, with his amazing quirk and natural intelligence. His drive could take him far, even without a quirk. But I rejected his offer because I didn't want to be friends with someone who treated others poorly just because of their quirk status. He didn't take that well. He shrugged, moving toward a pile of trash. So, he kept bullying me, but by the time we were 12, his behavior shifted again. He's still rude and mean to everyone, but he stopped physically hurting people. I'm friends with him again, hoping he'll change more. He's matured before, so maybe he'll keep improving. It didn't sound like a healthy friendship, especially considering everything he had done to Midoriya. While children can change, it doesn't erase the past or the impact on others. This Kacchan might be changing, but it shouldn't come at someone else's expense, which worried Toshinori. Do you have any other friends? Toshinori asked, hoping there was someone better in Midoriya's life. Not really. The kids who don't treat me badly stay away because they fear being bullied too. Kacchan is the only one who can get away with it since he's so popular. That was disheartening. It tugged at the hero in Toshinori, who felt compelled to help, but if he endorsed Midoriya, it would put a target on him. Perhaps he could address it in an interview. What about your teachers? Don't they do anything? Toshinori inquired, but Midoriya let out a tired laugh. The teachers. They didn't seem to care. Almost all the kids disliked me, so why would they bother punishing everyone when they could just ignore it? Sometimes they even played along. Anger surged through Toshinori. It was one thing for kids to be cruel, but for adults to turn a blind eye or participate was unacceptable. What about your parents? Surely they would have noticed. My mom tried her best. She went to the teachers, then the principal, and even approached other parents when nothing changed. I would hear her crying after I was put to bed. I could see the stress in her eyes from lost sleep, on top of her job as a nurse. So, I hid any further bullying from her. I didn't want to worry her. My mom is wonderful and has always done her best. He didn't mention his father. The conversation shifted to the positive aspects of school, his favorite subjects, and his academic achievements. He ranked second in class, with his friend in first. He loved science and social studies, driven by a longing to understand how every quirk worked, even at a chemical level. He enjoyed writing, although his teachers imposed page limits on his essays. Math was manageable, but not his favorite. He excelled in home economics, particularly sewing, mainly because he had to repair his uniform often. However, what he loved most was cooking, though he grew quiet when he mentioned it. He glanced at Toshinori before speaking again. Well, I would like to make you some food, he stammered, cheeks flushed. I researched what people with dietary restrictions can eat because I worry about your nutrition. Not that I think you can't take care of yourself. I just wanted to check if you have any other restrictions, so I thought I could make you something. He finished, and Toshinori noticed he hadn't taken a breath. Midoriya's expression was earnest, and Toshinori felt a warmth in his chest at the kindness already shown to him, despite their short acquaintance. You don't have to worry about me, but if you want to make something, I'd appreciate it. I don't have any other dietary restrictions besides not having a stomach. Midoriya's face lit up with a bright smile as he began to excitedly discuss the dishes he wanted to prepare for Toshinori. It was hard to believe he was related to All for One. Tsukachi's investigation had revealed concerning information about Midoriya's father. His mother appeared to be a loving and dedicated parent, though a bit overworked as a nurse. In contrast, the details surrounding his father were troubling. The father had a BRTH certificate from a local hospital, but it lacked specific details like BRTH weight or time. He had vaccination records, but no dates. His educational history was documented, but there were no exam scores, only report cards. There are no disciplinary records or extracurricular reports on file for Midoriya Hisashi. No teachers have left notes about him either. Although he has a university listed for a degree in business, inquiries reveal that there is no record of him ever attending there. He has a job registered in America for a construction business, but the company confirms that no one by that name has ever worked there. His bank account was emptied and closed 5 years ago, and he has never owned a vehicle or a driver's license, which isn't too unusual. Questions about his father are often put off because Toshinori has told him he can ask anything, though some answers may not be provided. Midoriya's enthusiasm shines through as he asks about David and their work together in the States. He inquires about Toshinori's various costumes, particularly his lesser-known young age and bronze costume, as well as his time at UA. He also expresses interest in Mirai and their collaborative efforts. Midoriya is particularly excited to hear about the heroes who were active during Toshinori's youth. Although Toshinori doesn't often work with other heroes, he feels a pang of guilt for not having more stories to share. He does recount experiences from charity events, but they lack the thrill of action. Nevertheless, Midoriya listens intently, his wide eyes and excited smile reflecting his eagerness. Toshinori manages to ask his own questions, prompting Midoriya to share stories about his mother and friends. He talks about the quirks he has copied, detailing how they function and who he learned them from. His animated chatter is a bit overwhelming, but Toshinori catches that he recently copied a quirk called thermokinesis, which allows the user to emit heat or cold. Midoriya demonstrates various quirks, such as disk and hydroburst. He enthusiastically explains the practical uses of non-physical quirks, like tears, which can obscure a criminal's vision, and magic box, which enlarges his pockets for carrying medical supplies. He discusses how photosynthesis could be beneficial in prolonged fights and how X-ray helps identify injuries. He mentions sabotage for disabling mechanical weapons, wheels for increased speed, and pull for moving debris. He is confident that Truth Tell will be useful for questioning villains, and Marshmallow can create a landing pad or trap enemies. Midoriya also shares that he visits a retirement home to spend time with the elderly, a practice inspired by his mother's compassion. Toshinori listens as Midoriya recounts how he began visiting after his mother met a lonely resident. He has volunteered at various places, especially hospitals, where he enjoys talking with patients. Although he attempted to volunteer at homeless shelters, he found it emotionally challenging. Hearing about Midoriya's kindness and dedication confirms Toshinori's belief in him as a worthy successor. Despite his father's notorious reputation, Toshinori feels confident in Midoriya's innocence. The first user of One for All was related to All for One, so Toshinori believes it won't be an issue if Midoriya inherits the quirk, even as he worries about how Midoriya's body will handle its power. Before asking Midoriya to be the successor of One for All, Toshinori knows he must first understand his motivations. He needs to know, why does Midoriya want to be a hero? Chapter 3, A Boy with a Dream. The moment to ask Toshinori's question finally arrives about a month later. The timing had never felt right before. Izuku was often busy with work, and during moments of silence, he would quickly fill the air with his enthusiastic chatter. Toshinori enjoyed listening to him, especially when he excitedly recounted a recent hero fight. It was during one of these animated discussions that Toshinori found his answer. Izuku exclaimed, "So, the villain has a hostage and is actively hurting them, and what do the heroes on the scene do? They give up. They can't think of a way to solve this, so they just wait for someone else to come and fix the problem. This reliance on the symbol of peace can be an issue." Toshinori paused, noticing the shock in Izuku's eyes as he scrambled to elaborate. "This isn't a slight against you. It's just that when faced with a challenge their quirk can't handle, heroes tend to wait for you to save the day. They've become so used to depending on you that it can lead to dire consequences. You were always going to retire at some point, whether due to injury or age. This reliance on you could end in disaster." Toshinori couldn't argue with his point. It was one of the reasons he had hesitated to retire. He understood that Japan, including its heroes, had come to depend on him. Izuku continued, "Again, this isn't a slight toward you. You've done so much for Japan. The impact of the symbol of peace is evident in the statistics. The casualty count before and after your debut tells a clear story, as do the property damage reports." It was clear that Izuku had researched the effects of Toshinori's presence. But when something goes wrong, people start calling for all might, and you can only be in one place at a time. You're just one person who can bend and break like anyone else. Putting the entire responsibility of Japan on one person's shoulders was never a good idea. He spoke fervently, barely pausing for breath. Toshinori reflected on this flaw he had recognized early in his career. His intention had been to be a pillar for society, but he hadn't considered the consequences of that role. The public had become dependent on him, which he had inadvertently encouraged, and now Japan would face challenges upon his retirement. He had hoped to find a successor to carry on his mission, but he wondered if that would only perpetuate the issue. "That's why I want to create a new generation of heroes that everyone can look to for hope. Peace is a fantastic goal, but it hasn't reached everyone. I'm sure things are better than before you were around, but that doesn't mean everything is perfect." Toshinori realized he had never considered the idea of multiple pillars. In his youth, such a concept seemed impossible. But now, he wondered if it could be achievable. Everyday people often choose to ignore the negative aspects because acknowledging them would disturb their peace. They prefer their own comfort over putting in the effort to fix the system. This new pillar Izuku envisioned wouldn't be solely about peace. Toshinori had hoped to continue his mission, but he recognized that peace hadn't touched every corner of Japan. But could hope reach those areas? My dream is to bring hope, for other heroes to bring hope. The people who feel abandoned by peace need to know they aren't forgotten. As long as I and other heroes are out there, there is hope. Hope to be saved, hope to be heard, and hope that their struggles are acknowledged. Toshinori felt a shiver at his words, reminiscent of a middle schooler with lofty dreams. He questioned Midoriya's dream simply because it seemed unattainable, but wasn't his dream similar? He had hoped Midoriya would continue his mission of peace, but perhaps this vision was even better. So, if you could make changes, what would they be? Toshinori asked, curious to learn more about this dream that had captivated him. Well, the quirk use laws need to change, they're outdated. We can't have just anyone using their quirk on the street, but we've come up with a solution: quirk licenses. Hospitals could obtain special licenses allowing staff with healing quirks to use them, provided they take the necessary classes. Toshinori realized that quirk licenses hadn't existed when he was young. Recovery Girl had become a hero to advocate for such changes, ensuring that those with healing quirks could use their abilities in hospitals. There would be hiring issues since companies would likely prefer to hire someone with a quirk that benefits them. That's probably why there are laws against quirk use in the workplace. But requiring classes could help, and the licenses could carry a fee that contributes to a tax. Izuku had clearly thought this through, and Toshinori was impressed by his insight. Someone with a clay-making quirk should be able to open a pottery shop, and someone with a metal-manipulating quirk should be able to contribute to manufacturing. Even if it's a quirk that creates gold. Toshinori recognized the potential issues that could arise from such powerful quirks, but he also understood that those with beneficial quirks should be able to use them to their advantage, much like how height can be an advantage in sports. Or how someone who's naturally good-looking uses their beauty to be a model or an actor. The discussion turned to the implications of quirks in society. One character argued that the real reason for resistance against quirk use was the potential impact on various industries. They believed that quirks could address resource issues, citing examples from other countries where quirk use was permitted. However, the conversation shifted to the challenges of enacting change in Japan. Despite having laws against discrimination, many businesses could still refuse service based on factors like race or quirks. The character lamented that no one should feel inferior due to traits beyond their control. They reflected on how Japan only reformed its prison system due to the advent of quirks, which led to a push for more humane treatment of prisoners. The character pointed out that employers could deny jobs based solely on quirks, particularly affecting those with less appealing or mutant quirks. This discrimination often pushed individuals toward crime, as they sought acceptance or financial survival. They emphasized the need for rules against such discrimination, noting that other countries had successfully implemented them. The conversation also addressed the rising homeless population, which had shifted significantly since quirks became common. Many shelters refused to serve individuals with quirks, leading to a decline in support for those in need. The character expressed concern for the treatment of villains, arguing that society dehumanized them instead of recognizing the systemic issues that contributed to their actions. They acknowledged that understanding the stories behind criminals could foster empathy, which was often avoided. The character emphasized the importance of rehabilitation for those who had been ostracized, suggesting that society's treatment only reinforced their feelings of abandonment. They admitted to not having considered the lives of criminals beyond their actions, but were inspired to care more about the underlying issues. They discussed the need for heroes to use reasonable force, noting that sometimes villains were treated too harshly for minor offenses. The character believed that heroes should prioritize minimal force and that some had forgotten this principle, indicating a need for better training. Attention-seeking behavior among heroes was also criticized. The character noted that focusing on publicity could detract from their duties, leading to a lack of attention in less media-covered areas. They expressed frustration with the Hero Commission and the competitive nature of hero rankings, feeling that it detracted from the true purpose of heroism. Despite the media's role in informing the public, the character argued that heroes should prioritize their responsibilities over public appearances. They reflected on their own experiences with media interruptions, emphasizing the importance of staying focused on their duties. Ultimately, the character concluded that there were various aspects of hero work that needed improvement, but they felt satisfied with the points they had made. They recognized that despite differing motivations, heroes were still making a positive impact by saving lives. And his lungs and throat probably need a break. Plus, they have something else to get to. I believe you are worthy of inheriting my power, Toshinori declared, standing tall and transforming into his strong form. He approached the boy, who had settled himself on the sand during his rant. Ha! I already tried to copy your quirk, though. It didn't work before, would it work now since you think I'm worthy? Wait. You think I'm worthy? Midoriya exclaimed, his bottom lip jutting out in a pout as his wide, puppy dog eyes began to glisten. My offer actually concerns my quirk, kid. The tabloids like to guess that it's super strength or power boost. I avoid the question in interviews by making jokes because All Might, the symbol of peace, has to come off as a natural-born hero. Toshinori spoke through Midoriya's tears, trying to distract him before the flood of emotions took over. But my quirk was passed down to me. Like the Olympic torch. Passed, down to you. Really? Midoriya's excitement was palpable, though it was quickly followed by visible apprehension. Yes, and now it may be your turn. All Might's quirk is one of the 7 great mysteries of the world, and there's been endless debate over what it might be. There isn't a day that goes by without some new theory on the internet, but now he says it was passed down to him. Naturally, I'm skeptical. How would a quirk like that work? Could one exist like that? Well, like I said before, anything is possible with quirks. How did the user find out it could be transferred? Did he give it away by accident? Like how I copied Mom's quirk by accident. Wait, he says it was passed down to him, so does that mean the original user passed it to him? Or was the quirk passed through a few different people? What about the power then? We still know so little about quirks, so maybe this is possible. I mean, we use the term quirk to begin with because each power or characteristic is so very particular to a single person, so Toshinori had grown somewhat used to Midoriya's muttering, but he decided it was better to interrupt him before he ran in circles trying to understand. Nonsense. I have many secrets, but I never lie. I have the ability to transfer my power. That's the quirk I inherited. It is called One for All. One for all, Midoriya said breathlessly, filled with wonder. The first person cultivates the power and then passes it to another. The next refines it and passes it on again. It is this cultivated power that allows me to save those who are in need of a hero. The truth behind my strength. But, why me? Midoriya asked, his eyes downturned and hands clasped tightly to his chest. He truly needed to learn some self-esteem. I've been searching for a successor for a while now, and I believe that you are worthy. That day, you ran in to save me with no plan, but you still risked your life. It inspired me to move. That alone seemed to be enough, but I wanted to be sure. So I've spent time getting to know you, but there was one thing I wanted to know more than anything, which was your dream. Toshinori's eyes were captivated as he spoke. When I was young, I dreamed of being a pillar for Japan, a symbol of peace. It's what made my predecessor choose me. And now hearing your dream, it's more than I could have ever wanted. I had wanted to find a successor who wanted to continue my mission as a symbol of peace, but hearing your dream, I think it's even better than I could have imagined. But of course, it depends on you. What do you say? Midoriya looked down at his clasped hands resting on his lap, deep in thought. He pinched his bottom lip as he began to mutter lowly to himself. This time, it was so quiet that Toshinori could only make out a few words. He seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he looked up at Toshinori. Yes. I accept, he said with a determined expression. A quirk answer. I expected nothing less. One question though, how is it transferred? Midoriya asked, practically vibrating with excitement. You'll need to ingest some of my DNA. But first, we'll have to do more training. We want you to have as much muscle as possible. Oh, your quirk relies on your muscle mass then. One for all binds the physical strength of many people into one. If you're not strong enough, it could be dangerous. Toshinori noticed Midoriya pale at his words but quickly continued. Luckily, you've got a good start on building muscle mass. Still, I'd like you to build up as much muscle as you can. So, you'll finish cleaning this beach, and then I'll transfer it to you. Alright. With that, Midoriya continued working at a remarkable pace. They also managed to fit in some quirk training. He used thermokinesis to cool himself. When Toshinori first heard about the quirk, he didn't see much application, but Midoriya knew quirks better than he did. He practiced with X-ray, which led to a ramble about Toshinori's organs. Apparently, he planned to copy a healing quirk, so he had been researching the human body to successfully heal people in the future. Asking about his family was put off for a month. It began with Midoriya chattering about how his mom had been working shifts in the ER. Toshinori decided now was as good a time as any to ask about his father. I hear you talk about your mother quite a lot, my boy, but nothing of your father. Could I ask about him? If it's alright, that is. He tried to approach the subject carefully. My father. I don't really know a lot about him. He left after my mom told him I was quirkless. We talked on the phone until I was, 7 maybe. Or 8. Not sure, around there though. That timeline fit with what Toshinori had suspected. So you've stopped talking to each other? Yep. He just stopped accepting calls one day. We even tried to call using a different number to see if he was just not answering us, but nothing. Wait, your mother told him you were quirkless. Were you diagnosed as quirkless? Nah, apparently once mom got pregnant, he kept talking about what quirk I would have. We had an appointment with a doctor who told us my quirk was just taking a while. They had a specialist who confirmed that Midoriya's quirk was powerful, but they couldn't determine its exact nature. Unable to afford a more knowledgeable specialist, Midoriya's mother decided to tell him that he was quirkless, sensing something unsettling about the specialist's fixation on his potential quirk. It was fortunate that she chose not to reveal the truth about Midoriya's abilities. I'm sorry it turned out that way, Toshinori said, feeling a pang of sadness for the boy who had to deal with such a complicated family situation. It's fine. Well, not exactly fine, but I've come to terms with it, Midoriya replied, and they returned to their usual light-hearted conversation. Life continued as normal. They met at the beach, where Midoriya prepared a small breakfast for Toshinori before they trained together. On Midoriya's birthday, they went out to eat, and Toshinori treated him to some ice cream, wishing he could have gotten him a gift but deciding to keep it simple. Toshinori chose not to disclose the truth about Midoriya's father, a notorious villain, believing that Midoriya shouldn't have to bear that burden. He thought perhaps he would share the truth when Midoriya was older. A couple of weeks later, Toshinori noticed Midoriya acting more anxious, his eyes darting toward Toshinori before quickly looking away. He wondered if Midoriya was having second thoughts about accepting one for all. Soon after, Midoriya approached him, clearly nervous. All Might, could I talk to you about something? Midoriya stammered, avoiding eye contact. Of course, my boy. What do you need? Toshinori replied, trying to reassure him. Well, it's kind of private, so maybe we should find somewhere to talk. Midoriya suggested, fidgeting with his arm. They moved behind a pile of debris and settled on the sand, facing the shore. This is a big secret, okay? It needs to be kept secret. It could put me in danger, Midoriya said, his voice trembling. Toshinori's mind raced with possibilities, wondering if Midoriya had discovered something about his father. It's alright, my boy. I know how to keep a secret. Toshinori said cheerfully, hoping to ease Midoriya's anxiety. Midoriya managed a shaky smile. Well, I'm an Omega, he finally admitted. Toshinori took a deep breath, surprised but understanding. He realized Midoriya might have gone to a specialist since he hadn't presented at his age. I take heat suppressants to hide my scent. I presented when I was 12, Midoriya continued. Toshinori thought about the implications of this revelation. He knew there were Omega heroes, but male Omegas were rare, which might explain why Midoriya felt the need to hide his designation. My boy, it's no issue at all. My MSTR was an Omega, and she excelled in both rescue and combat. And there's young Mirko, who's made it to the number 7 spot while focusing on combat. Male Omegas can absolutely be heroes, Toshinori reassured him, hoping to lift his spirits. Midoriya remained withdrawn, glancing at Toshinori from the corner of his eye. If it's about the offers you'll receive, you'll have to get used to that once you're a hero. Every Omega with a high standing gets numerous offers, Toshinori explained. Midoriya interrupted, so you don't know. I guess that makes sense, considering how you feel about it. Know what? Toshinori asked, confused. Male Omegas are often sought after, especially if they have a powerful quirk. The Hero Commission might not be interested in making you a hero, instead, they might want to control your future, Midoriya said, his voice trembling. Toshinori's heart sank as he listened. What do you mean? He asked, concerned. They may try to use artificial means to ensure you have children with powerful quirks, regardless of your wishes. I've heard stories from families who lost their loved ones to this system. They aren't allowed to see or communicate with them anymore, Midoriya explained, his eyes filled with fear. Toshinori felt a surge of anger mixed with a deep sense of unease. He had heard rumors but never thought it could be this severe. You don't have to worry about that. You're not alone in this, he assured Midoriya, determined to protect him from such a fate. How they were no longer allowed to see any children after their quirk awakened, if they turned out to have a useful quirk. Once their child was old enough to work, they were given a restraining order to stay away from them. Those who defied this order faced severe consequences, whether it be financial ruin or imprisonment. The Hero Commission's actions were shrouded in mystery, but it was clear that they would go to great lengths to maintain control. The family had no real choice in the matter. If the Hero Commission deemed the Omega child valuable, they would pressure the family into compliance. They could lose their jobs, face expulsion from schools, or even be evicted from their homes. The idea of a family being forced to sell their child was troubling, especially since the child had no say in the matter. There had to be laws against such practices, but it seemed that intimidation and threats kept families silent. If a family resorted to illegal means to survive, the Hero Commission would ensure they were caught. Without anyone to care for the child, the CYCL would begin anew, either with relatives or a Hero Commission employee stepping in to rescue them. The thought of this made him feel uneasy, as he struggled with the implications of such a system. His mother had heard about the situation from a patient who had lost her son, and when he turned out to be an Omega, she panicked. Initially, he thought she was overreacting, but after meeting others affected by the Hero Commission, his perspective shifted. His aunt and uncle decided to put him on heat suppressants to mask his scent, which worked for a time. However, he knew it wouldn't last forever. He could only pretend to be a late bloomer for so long. Perhaps he could manage until graduation when he would have the means to protect himself, but anxiety lingered. He felt no changes in his behavior or reactions to alphas. His friend and his mother were both alphas, yet he felt no urge to submit or nurture. It was concerning, being on suppressants for so long could have lasting effects. Don't worry, my boy. I'm sure we can find a solution to this, Toshinori reassured him, rubbing Midoriya's back. The boy finally broke down, pressing himself against Toshinori, tears soaking his shirt. Toshinori wrapped an arm around him, feeling a mix of concern and fondness. He began searching for the number he needed. The obvious solution was to take him off the suppressants, but that would put both him and his mother at risk. Despite his influence, Toshinori wasn't sure if he could stand against the Hero Commission, who were technically his superiors. Finally, he found the number he was looking for, hovering his thumb over the call button. There was only one place that could oppose the Hero Commission UA. Chapter 4, A Mouse. A Dog. A Bear. How did he end up here? On the way to UA, when All Might mentioned finding a solution, he didn't expect it would lead to the school of his dreams. Izuku had always imagined his first visit to UA would be for the entrance exam, not for a meeting. After All Might's call to set up the meeting, they headed to UA right away since it was summer vacation. As they approached the gate, Izuku felt a mix of anxiety and excitement. He was relieved there was no school, as he couldn't explain this to Kacchan. He was already making excuses for why they couldn't spar every day. As they walked through the gate, Izuku trembled, unsure if it was from nerves or excitement. "You don't need to be nervous, my boy. Since it's summer break, there aren't many teachers here, especially with summer camp going on," All Might reassured him. "Yeah, but we're still going to meet Nezu. He pioneered modern animal rights, especially for quirked animals. He practically ended animal experimentation in Japan. And that's not even mentioning all the hero work he's done." Izuku exclaimed, his admiration for intelligence heroes shining through. He wondered what would happen if he copied an intelligence quirk. Would his brain be able to handle the boost? He rambled on about Nezu's impressive cases, barely registering the halls they passed through. "I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're almost at his door," All Might said, cutting through Izuku's excitement. He wanted to see UA. Instead, Izuku found himself lost in thought. As they approached, his previous anxiety returned, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. The door opened without them needing to knock. "Am I a mouse, a dog, or a bear? All you need to know is that I'm the principal," Nezu announced, following All Might and standing awkwardly. Izuku's mind raced with thoughts about Nezu's appearance. He wondered if Nezu could be a mouse, but the hair on his tail ruled that out. Perhaps his quirk or experiments had altered his size. He considered various animals, trying to categorize Nezu, but the thought spiraled into confusion about identity and nature. "Interesting theories," Nezu said, hopping down from his chair and heading to one of the couches with a friendly smile. Izuku felt embarrassed, realizing he had been muttering to himself. He buried his face in his hands, wishing he could disappear. All Might chuckled at his plight and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, gently guiding him to sit on one of the couches. "So, gentlemen, what brings you here today? You were rather vague in your call. I don't suppose you're here to talk about your teaching position?" Nezu asked, prompting Izuku to look up in shock. Teaching. All Might. While he admired All Might, he wasn't sure how effective he would be as a teacher. "Oh. I had hoped to keep that as a surprise," Izuku admitted sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head with a bashful smile. "Are you going to take classes then?" Nezu inquired, but Izuku's expression suggested otherwise. "Please tell me you're at least going to pick up a book on teaching, right?" Nezu pressed, but Izuku averted his eyes. "No, so then you're planning to study under another teacher?" Izuku asked, desperation creeping into his voice. "Well, I suppose I can ask for some help from the other teachers," All Might offered with an embarrassed smile. "All Might Yagi-san, I mean this in the nicest way possible, but you struggle with teaching. You can help someone build muscle, but when it comes to guiding me with my quirks, it's hard to understand what you want me to do. You often speak in a way that's difficult to follow," Izuku said softly, not wanting to hurt All Might's feelings. He felt it was important to express the truth about teaching. "You have a wealth of knowledge that would be invaluable to learn from, you just need to learn how to convey it. That doesn't mean you can't be a teacher, but you need to learn how to teach first. You could take classes, read a book, or learn from another teacher. Otherwise, you'd be using a kid's education as a trial run," Izuku added, quickly apologizing for his bluntness. "I know you meant no offense, so none taken. You make some valid points. I had hoped for some level of competence in teaching, but it seems I may need to reconsider, Nezu replied, maintaining his smile. Izuku wondered if it was meant to appear friendly or if there was something deeper behind it. I know you wanted a full teaching position, but you would benefit from learning alongside a fellow teacher. An assistant teacher position would be best, and I encourage you to take classes, though I understand time is limited. Reading a book on teaching would be a good start, Nezu suggested, his tone implying finality. Yes. I suppose young Midoriya has a point. Although I believed I was somewhat competent, if my only student says I need work, then I must accept that. I don't mind being an assistant teacher, and I will try to pick up a book on teaching, All Might conceded, realizing he had much to learn. Splendid. Now, what brings you here? Nezu asked. Well, would you like to start? All Might asked, but Izuku shook his head. He had already gone through this once and preferred not to repeat it. Right, you see, young Midoriya is an Omega, but has been taking heat suppressants to hide his scent. And it may be surprising, but the reason is, the Hero Commission, I presume. Nezu interjected, showing no surprise. Yes, how did you know? All Might asked. I have been aware of that unfortunate aspect of the commission, Nezu replied, his expression turning serious. Izuku felt a sour expression cross his face, realizing that Nezu understood the gravity of the situation. I can assure you that I did try to publicize this, but I was threatened into silence. It isn't something I'm proud of, but they threatened my students. I had to prioritize their safety, Nezu explained, his demeanor shifting to a more serious tone. I understand. If I may ask, what did they do? Izuku inquired. When students were on their work studies, the commission began to put them in dangerous situations without regard for their safety. They were willing to risk lives for their own reputation. It unfortunately cost a good number of students their lives before Izuku realized what was happening. He often thought he had seen the worst of the commission's actions, only to discover they could outdo themselves. After learning from former commission employees, Izuku understood that their behavior was not surprising. They had given him enough information to spark his curiosity, and he found himself digging deeper. He had enough evidence to expose the commission, but the question remained, could he do it before they silenced him? That sounds like something they would do. I'm sorry you had to lose those students, his companion said, offering a solemn nod. At first, I tried to hold press conferences, but even my position wasn't enough to stop the commission from silencing the media. Perhaps your position could make a difference, Izuku suggested, looking at All Might, whose expression turned serious. He nodded in agreement and opened his mouth to speak, but Izuku continued. No. What I mean is, yes, you could speak about it, and it might get publicized. But the commission can easily dismiss it. Once it's under public scrutiny, it may not hold. People won't want to accept that such an influential organization is corrupt. Your word carries weight, but you're just one person. Some may speak out about their experiences, but they'll quickly be silenced. We need to be strategic. One person's testimony wouldn't be enough, even if that person was the #1 hero. They needed to gather undeniable evidence. The more they could compile, the easier it would be for the public to accept the truth about the commission's actions. If you speak out, we need to follow it up. Once it's out there, the media will be less likely to accept hush money, allowing others with influence to speak out. Namely, you, sir. I know you don't want to risk your students, but if your statement follows All Might's, they won't be able to silence it all. Once you two, as influential figures, speak out, others will be more likely to do the same. It needed to be a complete victory. Once the first domino fell, it would be easier to dismantle the organization and build a new one. Finally, we need a real-life example. But no one is influential enough to avoid being silenced. However, with enough media coverage, they might want every detail they can get. But we also have to consider people's safety: your students, the media, and those who speak out. Izuku knew people who wanted to share their stories but were afraid for their lives. Speaking out once could lead to dire consequences. What about you? Nedzu asked. Me. Yes, you. What if you speak out? True, you weren't under their control, but you've had to hide a part of yourself for your own safety. Would people listen to him? He was just one male Omega, and he hadn't even been under the Commission's thumb. Maybe, but if we want to do this soon, I won't have enough influence compared to licensed heroes. He would need to be a pro-hero to have any chance of being heard. Yes, but what if you won the sports festival? If a commentator mentions that you're an Omega, a male Omega, and then you win, you'd receive a lot of media attention. Winning the sports festival. He would have to compete against Kacchan and many other talented students. Could he really win against Kacchan, especially with their quirks in play? It would help if your quirk was eye-catching enough. One for all by itself will certainly attract attention, but what is your quirk? I can copy and use any quirk within a certain radius. I retain these copies indefinitely. He chuckled, a strange smile crossing his face. The Commission would be very interested in a quirk like yours. Exactly, which is why my mom wanted me to hide in the first place. Your idea has merit. Even with All Might's influence, he is just one man. Having multiple high-profile individuals support his statement will ensure it can't be buried. I'm willing to speak out, and I have several people who owe me favors. And then we'll have you share your own experiences. By the time you give your perspective, you'll need to have won the sports festival to ensure your voice is heard. Do you believe you can win? He didn't want to count himself out, but he was unsure if he was powerful enough to compete against so many talented individuals, especially from other courses. With the quirks I have now, maybe. Well, between now and then, we'll help you acquire some new quirks, he said cheerfully, though his smile seemed forced. I don't copy quirks without permission, Izuku replied firmly. He didn't want to steal quirks. Well, we'll work on that. I can assure you I already have a good number of quirks that will be given willingly. His words didn't ease Izuku's tension, but he knew he had to stick to his principles. Once you speak, we can have others affected share their stories. But you're right, they won't hold enough influence on their own, so we need to elevate their standing. Perhaps we can endorse them or hold a press conference where they can speak. We'll need to be involved with them for their protection. Do you know anyone who could speak out? Yes, I know some families who lost loved ones, but I'm not sure if they would be willing to speak out since their loved ones are still under the Commission's control. I do know some male Omegas who were involved but were let go for various reasons. He wasn't sure if they would be willing to come forward, especially with their children still at risk. Brilliant. We can offer them protection and provide a platform to tell their stories. My ability to speak about being an Omega depends on how I can do that without drawing the Commission's attention. Even though Izuku would be in the hero course, he worried that his position wouldn't be strong enough to resist the Commission. He knew it wouldn't be until he had his hero license, or perhaps a provisional license, that he would have enough influence. But even then, they were the ones in charge of granting him a license. What if they decided to revoke it before he gained a public presence? If he didn't gain notoriety, they could swoop in and take him, possibly even before he graduated. His best option was to keep his head down and stay on suppressants until he graduated and secured a place in the rankings. The oldest known presentation age was 17, and while he would set a new world record if he waited until then, it would still be risky. He was concerned that they might take an interest in him even without knowing his secondary gender. With his quirk, he wouldn't be surprised if they sought him out just for that reason. The thought of them cornering his mother and him was terrifying. With how powerful his quirk was, they might do anything to get it, and he feared for his mother's safety. Don't worry, young man. Once you're a UA student, you'll have the full support of our legal team behind you. We'll be able to protect you and your family, Nedzu reassured him. Izuku wanted to feel comforted by his words, but his mind couldn't help but wonder about what would happen afterward. Great. Once you're a student, you can stop the suppressants. All Might chimed in. Yes, but we need to consider what happens after you've been off them for so long, Nedzu replied thoughtfully. Oh. That was a concern of his. He's never had a heat or any behavioral changes, All Might stated, saving Izuku from having to explain. That's certainly concerning. One moment, please. Nezu stood up and walked to the wall by the door, pressing a button before speaking. Could Recovery Girl please come to my office? And bring your equipment. Ah. That's a good idea, All Might said cheerfully, looking at Izuku, who was shaking with excitement. Do you have any information on her? All Might asked with a hint of amusement, knowing Izuku definitely did. Do I? How about her help with Castilla? Without her, the heroes on scene would have been in awful shape. Izuku rambled, his excitement growing as he spoke about Recovery Girl. Soon enough, she arrived. Well, I wondered why you'd need my equipment and me, but seeing we have guests, I assume that's why I'm here. I imagine I'm here to check on our great symbol of peace, since the man is apparently too busy for a checkup. A robot followed her, carrying a large bag. Though I don't know you, young man, she said, looking at Izuku. Midoriya-san here is your patient. He's an Omega but has been on heat suppressants since he presented. Because of that, he's never had a heat or any behavior changes, Nezu explained, and her expression turned serious. Well, let's see you, young man. She approached and directed the robot where to set her bag. Recovery Girl is going to examine me. The thought raced through his mind, and his excitement was palpable. That type, she said with a hint of amusement. When's the last time you've had a checkup, Sonny? She asked. I haven't really felt comfortable going since I presented, so maybe 11. But my mom's a nurse, so she does my checkups, Izuku replied, fidgeting in his seat. Alright, we'll do the basics. She grabbed a BLD pressure cuff and a pulse checker. First, your BLD pressure and pulse. She slipped the cuff on and positioned the stethoscope on his inner elbow while placing the pulse checker on his finger and squeezing the cuff. BLD pressure is a little low for your age, but nothing serious. She then checked his eyes, mouth, and ears, hopping up on the couch to reach. After checking his lungs, she hopped down. Nothing out of the ordinary with your eyes, ears, mouth, and lungs. Since you haven't been to a proper clinic, you may need your tetanus and meningococcal vaccines. What about your flu shot? And what about BLD tests? Or a urine test? I get a flu shot every year, but I haven't had any BLD work or a urine test, he replied, recalling that the school provided flu shots every winter. Since you haven't had any BLD tests done recently, I'm going to draw some BLD for a CBC, thyroid, and liver test, and then BLD for TSTRN and estrogen tests. You haven't fasted, so other tests will have to wait. I can do them since you're hesitant about going to another doctor, but you'll need to fast for 8 hours and have All Might bring you in. I will need a urine sample, but that can wait for now. I need a chair, please. All Might got up and brought over a rolling chair. I'll be taking 2 vials. She stood on the chair, and soon enough, his inner elbow was wrapped in a bandage as she placed the vials in baggies and put them in her bag. I'd like to do a testicular and rectal examination if you'd be willing. I would at least suggest a rectal exam so I can check the state of your pseudouterus. These tests would, of course, be performed in my office and with privacy. I guess that's okay, he offered with an awkward smile, fiddling with his hands as his face warmed. She returned his smile warmly. Very good, young man. Now on to the questions. How soon did you go on heat suppressants after you presented? 4 or 5 days, he recalled, remembering that they had been at Bakugu's to celebrate New Year's when he presented. Before they decided on the suppressants, his mom had been worried about him going out because she feared someone would smell him, so he stayed at Bakugu's for those days. And after you first presented, did you experience any discomfort or pain in your lower abdomen? His days were spent playing with Kacchan, who had surprisingly been compliant. At the time, Izuku thought Kacchan just felt bad for him, but even after he started the suppressants, Kacchan was still nice to him. No, not that I recall. He had actually felt pretty good, excited about what was essentially a giant sleepover. Male omegas are born with a half-developed pseudouterus, and shortly after you presented, your pseudouterus should have started to finish developing. You should have felt discomfort leading up to your first heat, but since you've never experienced one, it seems your uterus never fully developed. Your CRVX likely didn't finish developing either, meaning there isn't an opening into your uterus. He nods along, already familiar with this information from the research he and his mom did after he presented. He had worried about getting a PRD after learning he would develop a uterus, but that wasn't the case. What happens is that your pseudouterus develops alongside a CRVX, but the opening to the CRVX remains closed until a male omega is in heat. Once it opens and SPRM enters, your ovary will send an egg for fertilization. Unlike female omegas, who experience a PRD in heat, male omegas have a different process. And I suppose you've never slicked? No. He feels a flush of embarrassment discussing this in a room full of heroes, especially with All Might present. Would you prefer to do this in private, she asks. It's a bit odd that she's asking now instead of at the beginning, perhaps she thought he would have stopped her if he wanted privacy. Oh, no, it's fine. Just a bit embarrassing. Izuku replies sheepishly. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, my boy, All Might assures him warmly. The heat suppressants likely hindered the development of hormones that produce slick. I suspect your testosterone and estrogen levels will be off as well, but the test results will clarify that. PBRTY changes you, but presenting also significantly impacts your hormone levels. The heat suppressants usually reduce the large amounts of hormones and pheromones produced during heat, but they never work completely due to the increased production during that time. During the first week after presenting, the only real change would have been your body starting to produce pheromones. Since other changes hadn't begun, it completely suppressed the changes that presenting was supposed to trigger. However, the hormones from PBRTY may not have been as suppressed because they come from different sources, though it likely dulled their effects. He knows he's small for his age and underdeveloped in several areas. He hasn't started growing facial hair, and his face still appears soft and youthful. Male omegas typically look softer than betas, but his appearance is quite extreme. Speaking of pheromones, I'd like to swab your throat and wrist glands. We can't smell anything, so I don't think it will show any results, but it's best to check. I'll need to feel them as well. She swabs one of his neck glands and one of his wrist glands, storing them in her bag. Her cold-gloved hands make Izuku shiver as she gently examines the glands on his neck and wrists, causing him to fidget. Everything feels good, and they don't appear to be clogged. Now, let's check your fangs. Izuku opens his mouth so she can press her fingers on his upper gums. It's a bit uncomfortable, but not as sensitive as his neck glands. Well, they appear to be developed, dearie. They just haven't descended. Have you ever noticed your eyes brightening when you're angry? No, ma'am. He doesn't often get angry, but when he does, it's not to an extreme level. It's harder for him to go feral than it is for betas and especially alphas. Kacchan spent a good year after presenting going feral at least once a week before he gained control. Now, on to behavior-based questions. Every person will have varying answers. Not every omega will experience all these behavioral changes, but you should at least have some. Izuku nods in agreement. Have you ever felt a compulsive need to gather clothes from close friends or family? No, I like wearing my mom's sweaters, but I enjoyed that before I presented. He used to love wearing her oversized sweaters, and he still does for comfort, they smell like home. No urge to create a nest. Nope. After he presented, his mom suggested he try making a nest, but he couldn't get into it. Do you have an urge to coddle children, toys, or animals? No. He's not often around kids or animals, but he is around toys all the time, though they're more figurines than toys. Perhaps he doesn't feel like coddling them since they all have All Might's face on them. Do you want to take care of or provide for those close to you more than before you presented? No, not really. I guess I have been wanting to help around the house as I've gotten older, but that could just be a sign of maturing. She nods. Do you want more attention than usual, especially from alphas? No. In fact, he prefers less attention from alphas. The only alpha he's around often is Kacchan, who can be quite clingy, especially when they were younger. Although he likes to pretend he's not interested in Izuku, calling Kacchan at Sundra didn't end well for him. Are you more protective of your close friends or family? No, I don't think so. He doesn't really have to be protective. His mom doesn't have anyone who would be mean to her, except the occasional patient, but they usually leave quickly. Auntie and Kacchan can defend themselves, and uncle is protected by them. Are you more SBMSSV than usual, especially to alphas? No. After he presented, he did desensitization training with Auntie and Kacchan, as a hero shouldn't be affected by pheromones. Do you have larger reactions to an alpha's pheromones? No. My friend is a prime alpha, and his mom's an alpha, so they've helped me with resistance training. But my reaction never changed after I presented. Since Kacchan is a prime alpha, his stronger scent should have affected Izuku, but his reaction to Kacchan's scent didn't change, not even during that week without suppressants. Do you make new compulsive sounds, such as cooing, churring, trilling, or hissing? No, not that I remember. He's never really been one for compulsive sounds, he's never even purred, at least not that he recalls. No huffing, grumbling, growling, or snarling, but he's not one to get angry. He often whined when he was young, and he thinks he made small sounds when he was really little, but his memories from that time are unclear. Are you feeling more emotional than usual? I've always been an emotional person, and once PBRTY hit, I became even more so. I was particularly emotional between the ages of 11 and 13, but that might have been due to PBRTY. Fortunately, his changes didn't make him angrier, he would have hated to yell at his mom. Recovery girl sighed wearily. I'm concerned about the side effects you might be experiencing from being on the suppressants for so long. Please let me know if you experience any of the following regularly: nausea, dizziness, headaches, mood changes, increased heart rate, anxiety, irritability, or dry mouth. I do have some anxiety, but that could just be me. I get thirsty often, and if I become hungry, I feel nauseous, so I have to eat before I get too hungry. I just carry snacks with me. He thought he heard All Might mutter, so that's why. Constantly snacking had led to some teasing from other kids, but Kacchan was quick to defend him. His mom even had to speak to the principal to ensure he wouldn't get in trouble for eating in class, even though he usually ate between classes. Other than that, I haven't noticed anything else. Recovery girl nodded and began to pack her things. Now we'll go to my office, and I'll set everything up while you give me a urine sample. But I can already tell you that I want you off the suppressants as soon as possible. I'm worried the damage may be permanent, and if you continue like this, you might face FRTLTY issues. This darkened All Might's expression, but all he could think was, then they wouldn't be interested in me. Honestly, he wouldn't be too upset if he couldn't have kids, he didn't really want any. But he supposed he might in the future, though he couldn't picture himself being PRGN. Maybe if he wanted kids later, he'd adopt, as there were plenty of children displaced by villain attacks. Of course, it would depend on his partner, but he also couldn't imagine himself with anyone. The only person who had ever shown any interest in him was Kacchan, and he didn't see him as a romantic partner. But perhaps he would meet someone who was. Yeah, I figured you'd say something like that. But I won't have protection until I'm a student at UA. So I'll go off them once I'm a student, Izuku stated, not wanting to risk his freedom. I don't like that, young man. I imagine once you're off the suppressants, you'll experience a lot of changes as your body tries to catch up. I worry about you attending school during this time, recovery girl fretted. He knew it probably wasn't good, but what other choice did he have? I believe I have a solution. Nedzu chimed in cheerfully. Your issue would be others noticing your scent, so we need to put you somewhere you won't be detected. And how would we do that? I need to go to school, and I live in an apartment. Hiding his scent wouldn't be possible when he was surrounded by people. Even if they were in their own apartments, once they passed by their door, they'd smell it. Plus, he had school. By having you move into UA, of course. We'll create a house in a far corner of UA property and move you to online school. He was stunned, he didn't know what to say. Live at his dream school. But what about his mom? What about my mom? I'm sure we can arrange something for her as well. After all, once you're in the spotlight, she may become a target too. When would she be available to talk? That was right, if they could arrange something that worked for his mom, he was in. She should be available to talk soon. She works the night shift, so it's probably almost time for her to go to bed, but if you call now, you may catch her. Her number then. He provided her number and followed Recovery Girl and the robot out the door. Once they arrived, she handed him a sealable cup and directed him to the adjoining bathroom. He felt jittery about what was to come. What would she have to do? He hadn't researched this kind of stuff. He had always been interested in medicine since his mom worked in the medical field, but these examinations were just too embarrassing. Once he finished, he sealed the cup, washed it and his hands, then handed it over. She took him behind a curtain and had him sit on the bed as she asked more questions, mostly about his physical development. He was relieved she hadn't asked these questions in front of All Might and Nezu. Apparently, he didn't have enough physical development for someone his age. After the questions, she had him remove his pants for a quick examination. She noted that he was underdeveloped, which he already knew, but it was embarrassing for someone else to say it. He couldn't look down during the examination. This is mortifying, he thought grimly. They moved on to the next part of the examination. She had him bend over the bed, which he appreciated since it meant he wouldn't have to look at her. She checked everything thoroughly, and he was relieved that it was just uncomfortable. He was worried it might feel good, which was not what he wanted during a doctor's visit. Afterward, she sent him back to the principal's office with a cup to take home for further examination. It was embarrassing, but at least she hadn't asked him to do it there. As he walked back, he took the time to look around and take in the school. Everything was so shiny. Did they have some sort of cleaning hero? Everything felt so big. How many classes were there? He knew they had heroics, general, support, and business courses for all 3 years, but how many classes were there for each department? And how many teachers were there? He didn't hear anything as he approached the door. Was there some sort of noise muffler, or were they just being silent? The door opens as Izuku stands in front of it. Honey, I would have preferred if you had told me you had someone helping you train. He realized he had forgotten something important. What was she doing here? And if she was already here, how long had he been gone? Your mother decided that this was better discussed in person. I was under the impression you had informed her about your trainer, All Might said, looking at Izuku with disapproval. What could he say? He couldn't reveal that All Might was teaching him. If he mentioned Yagi Toshinori, she would have never allowed him to train. Your mother and I have come to what we believe is a reasonable solution. Of course, we would like your final say on the matter, Nezu spoke. You and your mother will live on campus in an unused corner until, and maybe even after, you start school here. You'll do online schooling for the rest of middle school. I'll inform any staff members who will be working with the first-year heroics classes, so we'll have support. Did that mean he would meet more heroes? He knew Present Mike worked there since he had talked about it on his radio show. Whenever Izuku watched the sports festival for the first years, Present Mike was always commentating. Okay, if Mom's fine with it, then I am too. He felt relieved that his mom would be with him. He had years of development to catch up on, and if it was as challenging as Recovery Girl thought it would be, Izuku would definitely need his mom. I'm glad you're finally getting help. I can't thank you enough. She looked at Izuku with affection before turning to the principal with teary eyes. Great, if she cries, I'll start crying. Please, it's our honor. As teachers, we can't turn away such a promising young man. And as heroes, it's our duty to help those in need, Nezu said cheerfully. Mom faced Izuku with a soft smile, then her expression turned sly. You're the one who's telling Katsuki. He had forgotten about that. Moving was a lot more work than Izuku had anticipated. There was so much to pack that he hadn't thought about. They even had more items in a storage unit, mostly old things from his childhood or his mom's. Living in an apartment meant they didn't have any storage like a basement or attic. Still, packing helped take his mind off their upcoming meal with the Bakugas. Auntie and uncle would likely take the news well, but Kacchan was unpredictable. He might talk about how it was finally time for something to happen, or he might throw a fit. Maybe he would do both, who knew with Kacchan. He would definitely be upset that Izuku was getting into UA before him, even though Izuku wouldn't be attending classes right away. He still needed to take the entrance exam. He had already informed the people at the retirement home that he would be leaving, though he couldn't tell them exactly why. He simply said it was because he was moving, which wasn't entirely untrue. He also made sure to tell the people he was close with at the hospital where he volunteered about his upcoming absence. Usually, Izuku spent his free time during summer vacation volunteering, as he couldn't spend the entire day working out. Since school let out, he had been able to train more with All Might, but All Might still had hero duties to attend to. While Izuku was spending less time volunteering than he would like, he still managed to get some good hours in. Of course, it left little time for Kacchan, but Izuku didn't think he could handle another summer of being beaten up every day. But since he was allowed to live on campus, Nezu must believe he could handle it. All Might was counting on him, so he had to succeed for them. They continued Izuku's normal training for now. Once he was off the suppressants, he wouldn't be able to complete the beach cleanup, so he wanted to get as much done as possible. All Might had assured him he would finish it for him. Most of Izuku's training could be done from home, except for his runs, for which his mom promised to buy him a treadmill. However, he was worried about maintaining it while his body adjusted to the changes. He had many concerns, like how he would acclimate. How would he react to an alpha's pheromones? What about behavior changes? Or his heat? What if he experienced his heat during the exam? What if he didn't have a heat and spent years tense, wondering when it would happen, and it never did? What if he disappointed All Might? What if he couldn't live up to All Might's expectations? No, he couldn't think like that. He needed to focus on his task bubble, wrapping his figurines and putting them away. They hadn't started packing more essential items like clothes or bedding because their house was still being built, but they had begun with non-essentials. Building their house had been fun. They got to design it. He was going to have his own gym room. It would be small, just enough for his weights, punching bag, and new treadmill, but Nezu had said that once school was done for the day, he could use one of their gyms. How amazing was that? A UA gym. He definitely couldn't tell Kacchan about that. He was worried about the teachers. They would be pro-heroes after all. It was as exciting as it was anxiety-inducing. What would they be like? Would they be kind? Or would they be like his current teachers? Surely Nezu wouldn't employ people like that. He mentioned they would help, but with what? Acclimating Izuku to his new instincts. His training. That felt a little unfair. His future classmates likely wouldn't have a staff of heroes to assist them. Sweetheart, it's time to leave. Are you ready? Mom asked from the doorway. Yep. I don't need much besides my phone, and I've gotten dressed. So I'm ready. He wore a white t-shirt with the words "dress shirt" on the front and a pair of basketball shorts. There was no reason to dress fancy when they were just going to the Bakugas. Sure, it would be his last visit for a while, but he could visit after he was enrolled. They locked up and began their walk to the Bakugas' house. It was the middle of summer, so the walk wasn't exactly pleasant. Even though it was evening, it was still sweltering. He was glad he hadn't dressed up. He might have had a heat slide by now. The normally short walk feels like an eternity, but eventually, they reach their house. Hey! Come on in, dinner's almost done. Auntie greets them. Hello Mitsuki, it's nice to see you. They take off their shoes and put on the slippers sitting by the door. Since they're here often, they each have their own pair. Mom's are a dark pink color, and Izuku's are All Might themed, complete with his signature hair tufts and wide smile. Hi Auntie, Izuku greets softly. Mom heads in the direction of the kitchen, probably to talk to Uncle. Hey kiddo. How's your summer break treating you? I'm surprised I haven't seen you more, Auntie says jovially. Usually, Kacchan insists Izuku come over more to train, but he thinks Kacchan just wants to spend time with him. It's been good. But I've been pretty busy. That's an understatement. Once summer break kicked in, he spent most of his time at the beach cleaning. When he's not training at the beach, he's volunteering, leaving little time to train with Kacchan. He has been managing to come over sometimes, usually on what are supposed to be his break days. But if he told Kacchan he couldn't train, Kacchan would be upset, more upset than he already is. Well, now that you're here, maybe Katsuki will stop sulking in his room. He probably doesn't like that Izuku won't tell him what he's been doing. Guess he'll finally know now. I'm not sulking. Kacchan yells as he comes down the stairs. Don't call your mother names. Auntie yells in return. Izuku decides to back out of this since they're distracted and heads toward the kitchen, leaving their yelling behind him. Hey Izuku. Taking refuge, huh? Uncle jokes. Yeah, I probably can't escape for long, but as long as they're distracted, I can avoid Kacchan's anger, Izuku says sheepishly. I don't know why you don't just tell him you're training, Mom comments. Because then he'd want to join in. And would that be so bad? Izuku gives Mom an incredulous look. She knows who he's training with, so he doesn't understand why she thinks he could just casually invite Kacchan to train with All Might. Maybe I just want something for myself. Something I could do alone, without Kacchan over my shoulder trying to make everything a competition. It's not entirely inaccurate, he would like something that Kacchan hasn't inserted himself into. Well, alright, Mom sighs, and Uncle chuckles. They chat as Uncle watches the food, stirring occasionally. How's work been? I hear you're working in the ER, Uncle asks. Yes, it's been pretty calm actually. Most of the time, the emergencies that come in aren't urgent. Plus, I'm working third shift, so not a lot of people come in. When he was young, Mom didn't work third shift since she wanted to be on the same schedule as Izuku. But once he got older, she took third shifts since they pay more. She tries to stay awake for breakfast and dinner. Occasionally, we have actual emergencies come in, like last night we had a patient come in. But we were alerted by the ambulance that they'd be arriving soon, so we were able to prepare. He'd heard all about this morning before she went to bed. Some might say it's a morbid thing to talk about at breakfast, but he likes hearing about her day. Sounds intense, Uncle remarks. Sometimes, yeah. It's different from intensive care since the risk of them needing immediate treatment is higher compared to those who've already received care. She used to be a medical surgical nurse, and when she worked as one, he'd often end up spending his day at the hospital with her. What about you, kiddo? What've you been up to? Uncle asks. Nothing much, just training. I can tell, you've put on some muscle. Deku. Get over here. Kacchan storms into the kitchen, and Izuku prepares himself for a rough encounter. Surprisingly, he's only grabbed and not throttled. But once he's grabbed, he's dragged away and out of the kitchen. Hi Kacchan. You were busy with Auntie, so I figured I'd go and talk to Uncle. His voice shakes at Kacchan's anger. It's been a long time since Kacchan has heard Izuku outside of sparring, but memories of all the times he has keeps him tense. Kacchan has changed since then, but he's still so quick to fly off the handle. Forget that. We're sparring, he says angrily as he drags Izuku to the backyard. Great, that's code for Izuku's about to face a tough challenge. An angry Kacchan usually wins. Sure enough, their first bout ends with Izuku face down in the grass. This continues to happen, he wins occasionally, but mostly he's getting beaten. How is he supposed to win the sports festival? Sure, they'll be able to use their quirks, but he doesn't have many that he can attack with. Explosion and Cherry. Bomb are his main attacking quirks, and Kacchan's quirk is made for explosions. Disc and Flowers can be projectiles but could easily be countered. Shadow Claws requires getting in close, which, with his quirk, is inadvisable. Marshmallow could easily be countered as well. The only quirk he can think of that might actually work is Hydroburst, which would water down Kacchan's sweat, making it harder for him to use his explosions. But using the water on him feels unfair, especially if it leaves Kacchan at a disadvantage while Izuku is at his best. Nakatani Ryo Quirk. Hydroburst can produce a geyser of water from his palm, sending others flying back if he puts enough force behind it. Tsukamoto Riko Quirk. Marshmallow can produce liquid marshmallow from her palm, allowing her to trap others or create a landing pad. But Nedzu said he had quirks that Izuku could copy, so maybe he'll get something else that'll help. He wonders who they are. Like, who he's copying from. Students. They want to keep Izuku far away from the students. But maybe Nedzu has some he trusts. Or maybe they'll hide Izuku somewhere and bring the person close enough that he can copy their quirk without being detected. Oh, and he'll have one for all, which will help, but that requires getting in close, at least from what Izuku's seen. You're not even paying attention. Izuku finds himself slammed down on the ground with Kacchan's forearm over his throat. His other hand holds one of Izuku's arms down while his foot pins the other. Kacchan's clearly frustrated. Ah. Sorry Kacchan. I've got a lot on my mind. Yeah, about that new alpha of yours, he growls. Don't think I don't notice. It's faint, but it's there. Kacchan's eyes brightened, and Izuku felt a rush of anxiety. He didn't need a feral Kacchan on his hands. How could he even smell All Might? Izuku hadn't been scenting him, but All Might did give him pats of encouragement, so maybe some scent had transferred. But it would have to be nearly non-existent. A Prime Alpha's sense of smell was supposed to be enhanced, yet this was just ridiculous. Ah. Kacchan, it's definitely not what you think. Izuku thought about how All Might would probably be shocked if he heard this. Yeah, right. Why else would you not be coming over for training? You're too busy with another alpha. But I can smell he's not a Prime Alpha, so why the hell are you spending time with him instead of me? Kacchan's voice was sharp, and Izuku knew he had to defend himself. Just because you're a Prime Alpha doesn't mean you can train me better than he can. He has more experience than you. The moment the words left his mouth, he realized it was the wrong thing to say. Kacchan snarled, and Izuku flinched back, trying to squirm away, but Kacchan's grip tightened. Izuku's arms ached from the hold, and he struggled to breathe. Just as he was about to move his legs, something hit Kacchan's head. What do you think you're doing, brat? Auntie yelled as she approached, her presence enough to make Kacchan loosen his grip. She hit him with her slipper once she got close enough. Shut up. It's none of your business. Kacchan shouted, trying to block the soft hits. It is my business. You're hurting Izuku. Auntie glanced at Izuku with concern before turning back to Kacchan. We're training. Kacchan stood up straight, puffing out his chest as he flexed his muscles. Yeah, right. That's why you're going feral, huh? Auntie paused her assault but held the slipper out in warning. You're old enough to control yourself. Izuku hadn't seen Kacchan like this since he was 13. Head to your room and cool down. Auntie ordered, pointing toward the house. Forget it. I'm not doing anything. Kacchan's defiance caused Auntie's eyes to flash with anger. She grabbed him by the ear and dragged him away from Izuku. When I say you do something, you do it. She shoved him into the house and closed the door behind her. Auntie's furious expression shifted to concern as she turned to Izuku. "Are you alright, sweetie?" she asked, putting her arm around his shoulders. "Yeah, Auntie, I'm alright, thanks." He knew he would definitely bruise, though. "I don't know what got into that boy." Auntie sighed. Kacchan was protective of Izuku, likely upset about someone getting close to him without his approval. Just because they were pack didn't mean Kacchan had the right to dictate Izuku's social life. There had been a time when a boy from a higher grade had tried to ask Izuku out, and Kacchan had ended up in detention for confronting him. Plus, he was probably annoyed that Izuku was training with All Might instead of him. It was just a misunderstanding. Izuku couldn't believe Kacchan thought he would be dating someone. He thought he had made it clear he wasn't interested in relationships. Whatever it wasn't acceptable. He'll be getting a long talking to. "Let's head inside." Auntie grabbed her other slipper, and they both went in. "Why don't you go clean up? I'll grab you some clothes to change into." Izuku looked down at himself, covered in dirt and grass stains. That was a good idea, he kept clothes here for a reason. "What about dinner?" They stopped in front of the bathroom. "There's still time until it's finished, plus we need to set the table. If you hurry, you should be good." She waved him off, gently pushing him into the bathroom. He turned on the shower and undressed. He stepped in, skipping conditioner and grabbing Auntie's strawberry-scented shampoo. After rinsing off quickly, Auntie knocked on the door while he was washing and opened it to set the change of clothes inside. He dried himself quickly, wrapped a towel around his hair, and slipped on his underwear and shorts. After putting on his shirt, he headed to the dining room, where he found the table set and food being placed on it. "Right on time. Take a seat, kiddo," Uncle said, directing Izuku to his spot next to Mom. Kacchan sat on Izuku's other side, wearing a sour expression. Izuku tried to catch his gaze, but Kacchan stubbornly avoided it. Once Izuku looked away, Kacchan glanced at him. Izuku felt upset and wanted to talk it out, but Kacchan seemed allergic to discussing their problems. "Here we go, serve yourself." Auntie chimed in, setting down the last of the food. They each served themselves before saying thanks. "You say you've been training, but what type of training have you been doing? Just your usual? Or something new?" Uncle asked. "You know that beach that's always covered in trash?" Izuku replied after swallowing a bite. "Yeah, Takoba, right. Though I hear it's being cleaned," Auntie commented. "Yep, I've been cleaning it." Kacchan sneaked a glance at Izuku, his brow furrowed. That was pretty typical for him, his resting face often looked angry, which fit his personality. "Really, why?" Uncle asked. "Being a hero is about helping your community, and moving all that trash helps me build muscle. Plus, he had made some money selling salvageable metal. I had noticed you were more muscular. You were already pretty muscular before, why do you need more?" Uncle questioned. "There's a quirk I want to copy, and it depends on muscle mass." All Might had said Izuku would be stronger than him since it was a stockpiling quirk, but it was safer to say he was copying it. If anyone noticed Izuku was stronger, they would deal with it then. "I see, well, are you being safe?" "I don't want you to be stuck by a needle," Auntie remarked. "Yep, I'm wearing gloves and I'm definitely careful of what I grab." He knew he couldn't just stick his hand into a pile of trash, he had to be cautious, even if it took longer. "How are you disposing of the trash?" Uncle asked. "Oh, I have a mentor who helps." All Might had arranged for bins to be brought to the beach. Each day, different kinds of bins were set up since various types of trash were recycled or disposed of differently. "Really? Inko hasn't mentioned any kind of mentor," Auntie pondered. "That's because someone didn't tell me," she said pointedly. "I said sorry. I just didn't know how to explain it," he replied sheepishly. If he had told her he had a mentor, she'd want to know who it was, and he couldn't just say it was All Might. If he claimed the mentor was just some guy, she probably wouldn't have let Izuku train with him. "What's so complicated about this mentor of yours?" Well, he's a UA alumni. That was honestly the best explanation Izuku could give without revealing All Might's identity. What? Kacchan shouted. What the hell's his name then? Huh? What's his hero name? Izuku hadn't even said he was a hero, he could have been from one of the other departments. But it wouldn't make sense if he was training Izuku without experience. He's underground. He doesn't really want his name out there, Izuku offered, but Kacchan didn't buy it. Well, congrats. You definitely deserve that kind of recognition, Auntie enthused. Yes, he's actually kinda why we're here today, Mom started. Uncle hummed. Well, I kinda told him I, am an Omega. And you know, all that entails. And he, had a solution UA. It still felt unreal to him, he was going to be living at UA. And he was training with All Might. The thought of All Might wanting to give Izuku his quirk was exhilarating. He set up a meeting with the principal, who told me they could protect me once I'm a student. So I'd be able to go off suppressants once I was a student. Honestly, he would have been happy with just that, though he worried about what would happen after UA. Hopefully, he could make his presence known enough that he couldn't be taken. With the sports festival, his internship, and work studies, he could build up a fan base. But Recovery Girl examined me and said she wanted to get me off the suppressants as soon as possible. She was worried about how I'd change once I'm off them, and she didn't want me to have to go through those changes while also doing school and training. He understood Recovery Girl's concerns, he didn't want to embarrass himself in front of his new classmates. Plus, an Omega hero needed to be able to resist an alpha's pheromones, so they weren't stopped by an alpha villain, and he didn't know if he could. He was trained to resist alphas, but he had never trained as an Omega. Right now, on suppressants, he could resist pretty easily, but he didn't know if that would carry over to Omega Izuku. But the issue is people would smell me, and I'd still have middle school. Online schooling would fix the danger of people smelling me when I went out, but people at our complex would probably still smell me. They would have to move out to the country if he wanted any chance of not being found. Maybe they could make it work in a house in the city if they blocked up the doors and windows, but the risk was too great. Either way, they couldn't afford a house, and they had to worry about Mom's commute. So Nedzu, the principal, offered to build a place in an unused corner of campus where we could live while I do online schooling. Izuku wondered what had convinced him to let a kid who wasn't even a student yet live on campus. Was it because he was All Might's successor? Was it his quirk? The fact that he was a male Omega? A combination of factors. But the problem is I wouldn't be able to see you guys, which is why we're here. To tell you and to see you for the last time for a while. Though the house is still being built, so we may still be able to meet again, but we have to work at packing, so probably not. He dared to glance at Kacchan, who was intensely staring at the table with a complicated expression on his face. Well, we'll see you once school starts, right? Auntie asked. Yeah, I just need to avoid the Hero Commission finding out until I'm enrolled in UA. They have a legal department that can help me once I'm a student there. It'll SCK not seeing you, but if it gets you off those suppressants and gets your secondary gender sorted, then it'll be worth it, Auntie responded. Kacchan suddenly stood up and walked away. Izuku moved to follow, but Auntie interrupted him. Give him a moment, kiddo. He needs to get his thoughts sorted. He knows this is for the best, but he's going to miss you, Auntie said softly. Izuku figured Kacchan would be upset, but he thought he'd be more vocal about it. And he's probably frustrated that you're going to UA. That surprised him, he thought Kacchan would be angrier once he knew Izuku was staying at UA. Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't blow up. Figuratively and literally. Honestly, he was glad they had already sparred. If they had sparred after Kacchan knew, he probably would have pushed Izuku even harder, if that was even possible. He's working to be better, Uncle stated. It was something Izuku had always admired about him, no matter what, even at his lowest, he was always striving to improve. They finished their meal, chatting idly while ignoring the sounds of explosions coming from the backyard. The neighbors were used to it by now. He helped gather the dishes to take to the sink, but he was shooed away when he tried to help. Deciding it was now or never, he headed to the back door with a pounding heart and sweaty palms. He had already beaten Izuku once today, who was to say he wouldn't do it again? Hey, Kacchan. He stood in the doorway and stared at the sweaty boy. Kacchan grunted but didn't turn to face Izuku, returning to his punches and explosions. It'll only be 6 months until we can see each other. And we'll be able to talk on the phone. Kacchan's expression turned more furious as he whipped around to face Izuku. I know that, he growled. Damn it. I know that. I know that this is for the best. Doesn't mean I like it. That was probably an understatement. Ever since Izuku had presented, Kacchan had stuck to his side, scorned any acquaintances he had, and favored staying with Izuku. No one had ever been up to his standard. Hopefully, UA would change that. And I'm not expecting you to. But I do expect you to work past it. This will be a challenge for you, so meet it like one. Face this like you've faced every challenge before. Izuku knew Kacchan couldn't turn down a challenge. You never back down, so are you going to start now? Izuku challenged. Like hell I will. Kacchan shouted as he stepped closer. I'll meet you at the entrance exam, and I'll beat you. Even if you're at UA already, I'll still beat you. He smirked, challenging Izuku back. Kacchan, I'm not actually attending UA, you know. In fact, they'll probably want me as far away from the school as possible. He wisely didn't mention Netsu's offer to use the gyms. Yeah, well, you're still at UA before me. Kacchan spoke, shaking with anger. But, congrats, he said, and it looked like it was hurting him to even say that. His expression was pinched, and an insincere smile adorned his face, his jaw clenched tight. Even if he clearly hated saying it, he still held himself back from exploding. Over the years, he had changed for the better, but there were still behaviors that bugged Izuku. Kacchan tended to explode whenever things weren't the way he liked, and he always hated it. Kacchan knew it upset Izuku since he had told him so. The fact that he was putting in the effort to work on something Izuku hated made him tear up. Izuku surged forward and wrapped him in a hug. Hey! What are you doing? Kacchan protested but didn't pull away. Izuku was still upset that he lost his temper earlier when they were sparring, but at least Kacchan was working on it. Thanks, Kacchan. Izuku released him from the hug, grabbed his hand, and started to lead him inside. Let's head in. Once they were inside, Izuku dropped his hand and made his way to the sound of voices, with Kacchan following behind him. They arrived at the dining room where their parents were. Hey kids. We figured we'd play some Katen until you guys have to leave. They retook their seats and played late into the night. But eventually, the fun had to end. Right, you two call or text if you need anything, Uncle offered. I know we'll probably be able to see your mom still, but it just won't be the same without you, kid, Auntie said. I know Auntie, but time will pass faster than you think. I'll be able to visit in no time. Ah, alright, give me a hug. Izuku's eyes welled up, and they hugged for a while before he was released and turned to Uncle. We'll miss you, kiddo. He pulled Izuku into a hug, and his words caused a few tears to escape. Once Izuku was released, he turned to Kacchan, who was trying and failing to appear nonchalant. We can text and call whenever you want, okay? I can't guarantee I'll always be able to talk since I don't know how this will go, but I'll try my best. Izuku pulled him in for a hug as more tears escaped him. His tears escalated when Kacchan actually returned the hug, pulling them closer with the strength of it. I'll see you at UA, nerd. And you better bring your A game. He released Izuku, and a shaky scowl took over his face. Izuku wiped his tears and offered Kacchan a shaky smile. Right. I'll see you then. Izuku turned to his mom, who was watching with a fond face and teary eyes. Once they were out on the sidewalk, they each turned back and waved. Auntie and uncle returned the wave, while Kacchan just stood behind them with a scowl. He looked at his mom, and she gave him a shaky smile and took his hand. He looked back as they closed the door, sighed, and began the walk home. Their goodbye turned out to be rather redundant since Kacchan came over every day since then. Even though they were busy packing, he insisted on staying. He had at least helped some. Still, Izuku could tell that this time away would be good for him. Kacchan was overly attached, but his pouty face pulled at Izuku's heart. Soon enough, they had packed all their belongings into a moving truck. When they were packing, it seemed like so much, but it all fit in one truck, mainly because they had left most of their furniture behind. Since they were in an apartment, a lot of the furniture had to stay. The only thing they were going to take was their beds, but it would be a bother to try and bring them down. So Mom decided now was a good time to get new beds. They were following behind the moving truck in a UA-assigned car. Mom could drive, but she hadn't for a while since they didn't own a car, so Nezu offered them a car and driver. The moving truck was being driven by someone from UA as well. Izuku didn't recognize either of the drivers, so they were probably not heroes, right? The moving truck pulled up to a side street that seemed to lead nowhere. But then it lowered into an incline, and they went down. They were driven through an underground tunnel until they arrived at what looked to be a parking garage. An underground parking garage. So cool. As they pulled in, there was a crowd by an elevator. They were all pro-heroes. Nezu and All Might were there, of course, but there were more present: Mike, Midnight, Ectoplasm, Snipe, and a haggard-looking man whose name escaped Izuku. And just because I expelled my class doesn't mean I want to be doing this with my free time. Izuku caught the tail end of the haggard-looking man's sentence as he got out of the car. Come on, Sho, we know you're just as curious about the little listener as we are. Present Mike said teasingly. No. Present Mike simply laughed at the cold reply. Hey, listener, he said jovially as he noticed Izuku staring. How could Izuku not? He had listened to his radio all his life. At least. When his mom let him stay up to listen. You're Present Mike. Izuku exclaimed. Sure am. You a fan? Yes. Actually, can you sign this? Izuku reached into his pocket and pulled out his notebook, which was rolled up to fit through the opening. The only downside to the magic box. He pulled a mechanical pencil out of his pocket and opened his notebook to a page about a recent fight Present Mike had. Ishiwari Aki, Quirk, magic box. They can expand the interior of any container, but the opening remains the same size, limiting what can enter. Of course. Present Mike took Izuku's pencil and notebook and wrote his signature. This is some pretty good stuff, listener, he said while examining the picture and analysis. Thanks. Could I ask some questions? Izuku fidgeted, not wanting to be annoying but unable to hold back his curiosity. Go for it. Izuku took back his notebook and pencil and flipped to a blank page. I want to know about your costume. It's made entirely of leather, doesn't that get hot? He recalled Present Mike mentioning chafing in an interview, which seemed common among heroes. It did in the beginning, but since I've earned enough money, I've had Quirk-enhanced cooling patches sewn into my costume. Izuku wondered about the company that provided such enhancements and thought he might look it up later. What about your hair? How long does it take? He noted the information as he heard his mom approach. At least an hour. Izuku imagined it was something like that. Was the hairdo really worth all that time? It certainly drew attention and helped with branding, but it seemed like a lot of work. How do you do it? What's the process? The fanboy in him insisted on taking advantage of the moment to learn as much as possible. I take strips of my hair and spray them individually. Once they're all sticking up, I brush through it to make it cohesive and spray it again, he explained, gesturing as he spoke. What products do you use? It's actually a Quirk-enhanced hairspray, super strong. Izuku made a mental note to search for the product later. Okay, how long does your hair last? 12 hours or so. Other heroes had gathered nearby, and Izuku felt the urge to ask them questions too, but he focused on present Mike for now. How long does it take to undo it? He wondered how often present Mike cleaned his hair. Sleeping with that much product in must be uncomfortable. Around half an hour to 45 minutes. Right, if you can create high-frequency sounds, can you create low-frequency sounds? Izuku was curious if present Mike could lower his pitch, as he had only heard him raise it. If you're asking if I can make low-sounding noises louder, then yes. I mean more like infrasound noises, like how some whales communicate. Or even microbaroms, the inaudible sounds that storms can make. Noises so low that they're out of human hearing range. He had researched sound extensively after learning about present Mike's quirk. I don't actually know. I've never really had a need to, present Mike said, leaning with one hand on his hip while tapping his chin in thought. What about LTRSNDS? Like echolocation. Noises so high they're out of human hearing range. Izuku was eager to know how high present Mike could raise his pitch. Again, I've never really needed to, but theoretically, I could. Alright, what about your mimicking ability? Like police sirens or alarms? I'm not sure. Why don't I try? He attempted to mimic a sound but was interrupted by a figure who looked haggard. Present Mike's hair raised, and his scarf wrapped around his head, covering his mouth. Izuku recognized him immediately. Eraserhead, he exclaimed, thrilled to see one of the most famous underground heroes. I didn't realize it was you, since all the reports said your hair stuck up, you had glowing red eyes, and that you had tentacles. But the tentacle must have been your scarf. And your hair must only stick up when you activate your quirk. Same with your eyes. Izuku said excitedly. If your hair and scarf float when you use your quirk, does that mean your quirk has a telekinetic aspect? But how? Maybe you have a family member with a telekinetic quirk. But why focus around the head? Something to do with your eyes. They do glow. He pondered the implications of Eraserhead's abilities. People online said their quirk stopped working when they saw you. Or, when you saw them. Aha. The effect comes from your eyes then. I mean, present Mike's quirk stopped working when you activated your quirk while looking at him. Could it work on multiple people? If so, how many? What about mutant types? Or transformative? Wait, how exactly does your scarf work? Does it only float for you or someone with a similar quirk? Can others use it but it doesn't float for them? Your hair is a big giveaway. Have you thought about cutting it? It would mean criminals won't figure you out. But I suppose you rely on ambushing, so they usually don't get the chance to think. What about your goggles? If you rely on your vision, wouldn't they be in the way? Is this your hero costume? Is it baggy on purpose? I guess that would offer more ease of movement, but it seems heavy. Well, it's probably made of lightweight material, sweetheart, we're meant to be moving, his mom interrupted. Izuku looked over and realized the moving truck was gone. They went through that tunnel to the topside. They would meet at their house, but first, they needed to get in the car. She pointed to a tunnel and gestured toward the vehicle. But don't worry, the teachers have already left in their car, so Eraserhead-san will be joining us. Izuku looked at the man with excitement, though Eraserhead's expression suggested he was less than thrilled. Once they were in the car, Izuku struggled to hold back his questions. Eraserhead didn't seem eager to be bombarded, so Izuku kept quiet. As he fidgeted, Eraserhead let out a sigh. I don't know why my quirk causes things around my head to levitate, but my mother's quirk allowed her to levitate anyone she made eye contact with, so that might be the reason. You're right that my eyes are the source of my power. As long as my eyes are open, my quirk works. Izuku quickly opened his notebook and began writing. My quirk can affect multiple people, but I've never tested how many I can affect. With mutant-type quirks, it cancels their ability to use any extra appendages, but their natural strength remains. With transformative quirks, I can cancel their ability to transform, leaving them stuck in whatever form they were in when I activated my quirk. This was fascinating. The implications of canceling a mutant type's mobility suggested he was affecting their quirk factor, not just the abilities they produced. Izuku wondered if it would affect the stockpiler's abilities. It seemed likely that it would cancel their access to the stockpile, but once they were out of his line of sight, they would likely still have what they had collected. He definitely needed to experiment with how many quirks he could cancel. Would it strain him to do multiple at once, or would it take the same effort as canceling just one? Did being in his peripheral vision count as seeing? What about in a crowd? Could he cancel the abilities of a large group without focusing on each individual? With so many people, it would be hard to concentrate on all of them. My capture weapon is made of steel wire alloy and woven carbon nanofibers, allowing me to manipulate it. It can be flexible, but on command, it can harden and snap into shape. I can wrap it around villains and then harden it to capture them. My quirk helps, but anyone could learn to use it with practice. He demonstrated the weapon's capabilities. Izuku wondered who had designed it, perhaps Eraserhead himself. He had never seen anything like it before. Could it be used like a WHP? I've thought about how my hair gives me away, but as you said, I rely on ambushing and ending fights quickly. Plus, I often work at night when visibility is low. My goggles are designed to obscure others' view of my eyes so they don't realize the effect is coming from them. Izuku thought that was clever, but he felt the design could be improved to obscure his eyes while allowing him clear vision. Perhaps it only appeared to block his eyes from the outside but was transparent from the inside, like one-way glass. My summer costume is lightweight and breathable while still offering protection. My winter costume is similar but more insulating, making it somewhat heavier. It's loose to allow for better freedom of movement. It might not be visually appealing, but Izuku figured that as an underground hero, Eraserhead didn't need to worry about aesthetics. Still, he thought the look was a bit rough, perhaps intentionally designed to lower people's guard and make criminals underestimate him. Amazing. Thank you. Izuku's attention quickly shifted back to his notebook. He reviewed what he knew and what he wanted to find out, glancing at Eraserhead occasionally to ask questions. His focus was interrupted when they arrived at a raised road. They stopped before the ceiling above them opened, and they began moving upwards. A car elevator. They finished quickly, and the driver drove off the raised road. Izuku turned around to watch as the ground lowered, then looked out the window, but everything was far in the distance. They arrived at their house in no time. The exterior looked somewhat bleak, just as they had expected. It needed to resemble a building that would actually be on campus. They were fortunate to have windows that would allow them to see out, but not the other way around, more like a car window than one-way glass. The others were already unpacking, so they rushed to join them. Just a moment, please. I'd like to give you the official tour, Nezu called out. Izuku and his mom stopped in front of him and All Might, who guided them into their new home. You obviously know the general layout, but I thought you should see it for yourselves. They entered a living room area with a cabinet right by the door, where they would put their TV. A large L-shaped couch faced the door, with a coffee table in front of it. Just past the couch was a dining table, and beyond that was an open doorway leading to the kitchen. They clearly wanted it arranged this way, but they hadn't specified any preferences for furniture. Izuku's mom was concerned about choosing something too expensive, so she had left it up to them. However, it seemed they had no reservations about spending money, meaning their furniture was likely more expensive than what they would have picked. And here you have your kitchen. We included a stove, oven, and fridge, and we even added a dishwasher. The fridge was larger than they would have chosen for themselves. Izuku wasn't sure how much they expected the two of them to need, but there was no way they would fill it. The stove was electric, he had only ever used gas stoves before. He remembered how Bakugu's family had an electric stove, and his mom had cooked on it, saying it was quicker, though she had burned the dumplings she was making. And a dishwasher. He was starting to feel like they just enjoyed spending money. They were led toward a door to the right of the entrance. "And your bathroom?" It looked expensive, featuring a Western-style shower tub combo. There were 2 sinks on large cabinets with a stone countertop that looked like marble, though it could have been a replica. Given what they had seen so far, he wouldn't be surprised if it was real marble. It's made mostly of tans and browns with white appliances, but there's light blue mixed in. They are led to the next door over. "Your office," the guide says. The room is fairly bare with cream-colored walls and hardwood flooring. The only furniture is a desk with a chair and a couple of bookshelves. They move to the next room. "Your room, Midoriya-kun." The color and flooring are the same as the office, but it's much more populated. It has a twin bed with a frame and a desk with a chair. There's a closet near the end of Izuku's new bed, with drawers at the bottom. A couple of boxes have already been placed inside. Shelves line the wall, which Izuku requested for his merchandise, leaving plenty of wall space for his posters. And across from it is some storage, but next to the storage, an elevator. Is an elevator. This is how Midoriya-san will get to and from work. It leads down to a small parking garage where a car with a driver will take you and bring you back. You can also have guests this way, though you'll need approval first so we can send a driver for them. It's a relief for Izuku, who was worried about her commute. She mentioned she could take the train, but he was unsure of the hours she would need to leave. "Oh. You could have Katsuki visit," she exclaimed. Izuku hesitated. "Well, we'll see how I feel." He didn't want Kacchan to see him when he was vulnerable. Plus, it would be good for both of them to spend some time apart. Kacchan needed to socialize with others for a change. "Well, next to that is your room, Midoriya-san." Mom's room is simple, featuring a standard-sized bed with a frame, bedside tables, a built-in closet, and a dresser. A couple of her boxes are set on the bed. Across from that is your gym. The gym is even emptier than the office, containing only a treadmill. "And with that, we're done. I hope it's to your satisfaction." They head toward the front of the house to begin bringing in boxes. "It's more than satisfactory, we can't thank you enough. To go this far for a child who isn't even a student yet is astounding. So thank you." She bows. "Yes, thank you," Izuku adds, bowing as well. "Please, it's our pleasure." "But of course, you're welcome," Nedzu replies with his characteristic smile. Izuku wonders how long it took Nedzu to develop the habit of smiling. Was it learned? His quirk enhances intelligence, not social skills. Did he have to learn how to be human? Or did intelligence come with human behaviors? He reflects on how humans were the only sentient species before quirks, yet other species exhibited humanoid behaviors, often taught by humans. For instance, apes learning sign language and parrots learning to speak. The ability to learn and use these skills implies a level of sentience. Even dogs show understanding and can perform tasks based on commands. Izuku considers the emotional intelligence of various species, recalling how elephants grieve and have been known to bury their dead. Dogs can experience depression after losing companions and show loyalty by searching for their owners after they've passed. He remembers studies on rats that learned to press a button for a treat but chose comfort over rewards when another rat was in distress. This suggests that emotional intelligence exists in many species. Perhaps Nedzu's quirk enhanced existing intelligence. He wonders if this enhancement was planned or a happy accident. Did the animals he descended from possess a quirk that enhanced intelligence? Or was it a blend of traits from different species? "Honey, we need to bring the boxes in," Mom interrupts his thoughts. He looks up to see everyone has paused to look at him. He wishes he could shrink out of existence, feeling overwhelmed by their attention. "You seem to have quite the mind, Midoriya-kun. We'll have to have a conversation at some point," Nedzu says cheerily, causing Eraserhead to groan, looking as if he were suffering. The other teachers don't seem too enthusiastic either. Izuku glances at All Might, who offers him a strained smile. Izuku doesn't see anything wrong with the offer. They head outside to help bring in the boxes, which are labeled for easy organization. When they reach his weights, they call All Might and him over to assist. As heroes, they can manage the smaller weights, but All Might had purchased heavier ones for him. Izuku was initially worried about the weights weighing down the truck, but he was reassured that it could carry up to 4,500 kilograms. Once the weights are inside, they return to drag in his punching bag, which was Kacchan's old one. He rushes to help, as it's heavy and designed to withstand Kacchan's training. Soon enough, everything is moved inside. Ectoplasm and Snipe prepare to leave, but Izuku has questions. Ectoplasm sir, could I ask you some questions? He decides to approach Ectoplasm, planning to ask Snipe later. Sure, Ectoplasm replies dully. Though he may not seem enthusiastic, Izuku is eager. There isn't much information available about Ectoplasm, aside from the fact that he makes clones in a unique way. He's well liked but doesn't really make any media appearances. Curious, Izuku asked, how many clones can you make? He slipped his notebook out of his pocket. 36 on a good day, 30 normally, came the straightforward reply. That many clones under his control must be taxing. Izuku wondered if he controlled each clone individually. Do you control each clone individually? They are an extension of myself, so yes. It must be challenging to manage all of his clones. How long did it take him to MSTR that? Really? Can you hear and see what they hear and see? Yes. That sounded overwhelming. Izuku couldn't imagine dealing with that much STMLTN. But can you smell through them? Can you smell? Wait. Is that insensitive to ask? I'm sorry. Izuku continued apologizing, bowing as he did. Great. I just had to put my foot in my mouth. Kacchan and the other kids often said his analysis was creepy, and this was why. He tended to ask insensitive and invasive questions. It's fine, I can't smell, he explained awkwardly. At least he wasn't upset. Or maybe he was but didn't want to make Izuku feel bad. It must have been difficult for him to learn to control his pheromones. Izuku thought about how most people can't really smell their own pheromones. People tend to be pretty nose-blind when it comes to their own scent. Unless they were releasing a scenting pheromone, which could be easily detected. Is your mouth enhanced in any way then? Like your sense of taste? Or is your mouth more fortified? Izuku mused. Usually, when one sense is lost, the others elevate to compensate. His teeth were exposed, suggesting they had to be stronger. They were pretty white as well, indicating he either brushed his teeth obsessively or had better protection against staining and cavities. Flossing must be easier for him. But it seemed like eating would be harder and messier. How did he eat? Izuku definitely shouldn't ask that. My taste is enhanced, and my mouth is more resilient and resistant to damage. So, the muscles and tendons in his face must be thicker or made of a stronger material. Was his tongue stronger too? Did the enhanced taste change how something tasted, or was it just strengthened? Amazing. Are your eyes enhanced as well? Because I don't see any pupil or iris, so they're definitely different, right? Oh, that may be insensitive as well. Izuku's curiosity got the better of him. He was really interested in how he saw without a pupil. Could he see all the colors people usually see? Theoretically, he could still have a retina, but how would light travel through his lens to reach it without a pupil? My low light vision is enhanced. How did that even work? Izuku figured that without a pupil, he probably wasn't as light sensitive as someone who had one, but this implied he was more light sensitive. Did he have more rods than a normal human? And how would light even reach those rods without a pupil? If he had more rods, would that mean he didn't have as many cones, therefore seeing less color? Wait, what if his entire eye was a pupil? But that should have made his eyes black, not white. His quirk might change the color of the surrounding flesh, but shadows from the socket would still be a concern. Maybe his cornea was white, but he still had a pupil under it. That would imply his vision was white, whatever. It was probably just quirk logic. Maybe if he got to know ectoplasm better, he could ask. Theorizing about his eyes wasn't really a first meeting discussion. Okay, does the fluid taste bad? It tastes sorta like medicine. Good or bad medicine? Izuku couldn't recall ever having a medicine that tasted good. I didn't like it when I was younger, but I enjoy it now. He probably had to grow to like it. But would it taste like medicine to others? They had already established that he might have different taste buds, so would it taste like medicine for others? Izuku couldn't exactly test that, though. He didn't think he could find someone willing to taste it. Maybe himself, but he wasn't sure if ectoplasm would be comfortable letting him. Wait, what would happen if someone swallowed it? It was supposed to be connected to him, right? Where does it come from? Your throat. Your stomach. The fluid is produced by my stomach. So then his stomach had to be altered as well, and the esophagus obviously. Did his stomach produce normal stomach acid, or was it just the fluid? That would imply it was capable of breaking down food, so Izuku guessed not. But did the fluid have stomach acid mixed into it? Then is it vomit? Does it feel like vomiting? Izuku couldn't imagine having to vomit every time he used his quirk. Vomiting was never pleasant. I don't believe it's vomit, but it does feel a bit like vomiting when it comes up, but there's no abdomen cramping or spasming. Izuku wondered if overusing his quirk made him nauseous. What is the fluid actually made of? Cytoplasm mostly. Izuku supposed that was why he was called ectoplasm. A strange thing for his stomach to produce. Did the substance develop when he used his quirk, or was it always there? How long do they last? Until I release them or they take enough damage. Did he feel pain when they were damaged? He said they were an extension of himself, but surely he didn't feel every time they were hurt. How much damage does it take for them to dissipate? A solid hit can cause them to dissipate. Not very resilient then. He probably had to rely on taking down the villain before they landed a hit. Thank you for answering my questions, sir. Izuku bowed in thanks. He had many more questions but didn't want to take up more of ectoplasm's time or seem creepy. No problem. I'll take my leave now. Bye then. It was nice to meet you. He turned to look at the others. Midnight, Present Mike, and Mom were chatting. All Might was idly listening to their conversation. Eraserhead leaned against one of the walls with his eyes closed. Was he asleep? Nedzu was looking at Izuku with clasped hands. Izuku headed toward Mom and the others. And I think it was because he was a virgin, Mom said. Izuku was curious about what kind of conversation could lead to that topic. Really? Midnight questioned teasingly. Yes, he told me on our wedding night. Oh, so they were talking about Dad. Wait. Dad was a virgin. He supposed it's not too unusual, they got married in their early 20s if he remembers correctly. Gah. He doesn't want to think about this. At least All Might seems amused. Are you done with your questions? Mom asks. Yep, I got a lot of good information, he replies excitedly, clutching his notebook close. Well, I'm happy for you, she says warmly. We should head out and let you unpack. Unless you want help. Midnight offers. Oh no, we'll be fine, Mom responds. She can be particular about where things go, especially in the kitchen, and Izuku definitely doesn't want to risk them breaking his merchandise. Well then, we'll be off. Remember to call if you need anything. Nedzu ushers the remaining heroes to the door. Great to meet you too. Present Mike says jovially. It was a pleasure to meet you both, Midnight adds with a wink. Nice to meet you, Eraserhead offers lazily, shuffling to the door, looking like he could fall asleep standing. I'll see you two later. All Might promises as he leaves. Thank you all for the help. Goodbye. Mom calls from the doorway. Bye. Thanks for answering my questions. Izuku waves them off. Mom closes the door and sighs before turning to the boxes that sit on the coffee table, only a small portion of what they have to unpack. Well, we better get started, she says with a tired smile. It hits him that all this is for him. He technically knew that, but seeing her so tired reminds him. She had to upend her whole life for this, plus all the stress of having an Omega for a son. Thanks, Izuku says softly. For what, sweetie, she asks, confused. Just, for everything. Moving and all. Looking after me. Oh sweetheart, you don't have to thank me for anything. I love you, she replies, as if those 3 words are enough explanation. And they kind of are because he gets it. He'd do anything for her. But he supposes he can't grasp it completely. He's not a parent after all. Still, I love you too, he says warmly, trying to convey the magnitude of his feelings. She smiles, cups his face, and kisses him on the cheek. She offers him one last loving look before turning to the boxes. What's to come may be scary, but at least he'll have her. So, it's less scary and more miserable now. The first couple of days he spent off the suppressants, he simply helped unpack everything, but then he started to feel sick. Izuku's whole body began to ache, and his stomach hurt, so they called Recovery Girl. I was afraid this would happen, she says over the phone. I'll come over and examine you, but I'm fairly certain you're experiencing withdrawals. Yeah, Izuku supposes that makes sense, he's been on them for like 3 years. Luckily, Mom had taken a week off, so she's been able to watch over him. Recovery Girl came over and confirmed her suspicions. The ache in his body continues, and he's begun to shake. His nausea keeps him from eating much, though he does try, but his body doesn't keep it down for long. He's sweating through his clothes and barely able to sleep. All in all, he's been pretty miserable. He's cried needlessly and even yelled at Mom during a fit, which only made him feel worse. He apologized, and she said she forgives him, but he still feels bad. This is how they end up cuddled on the couch. He's nestled in her arms, his head on her shoulder. It's soothing being this close to her, especially since his nose is right next to her scent glands. She's releasing calming pheromones to help ease his discomfort. Since Mom's a beta, her scent isn't that strong, but it's better than nothing. Biting a packmate's neck scent glands isn't unusual. The neck has a major artery, and the glands there are sensitive, so allowing someone to bite you there is a sign of trust. But it has the added effect of causing the glands to release more pheromones. So pups will often latch onto the gland to get a more concentrated stream of positive pheromones. Now, Izuku's not a pup, but he's miserable, so it couldn't hurt to latch, right? He bites down gently on her scent gland. She startles slightly before humming and continues to rub his back. His body relaxes more at the increase of pheromones. Yeah, this was a good idea. His headache eases, and his shaking subsides. The rolling in his stomach diminishes. He rests more of his weight on his mom, but she doesn't seem to mind. Man, he's lucky to have a mom as great as her. Still, embarrassment from latching at his age hits him, warming his face. At least he's not suckling. Suckling is a step ahead of latching, it's exactly as it sounds. A pup will latch and then start suckling, getting even more pheromones than latching does. It probably starts as a feeding response, but the rush of pheromones makes young pups continue to do it. But that amount of pheromones messes with the mind, so as soon as the pup is old enough to be taught better, they'll be weaned. He's definitely not going that low, he wants comfort, but he's not willing to do something babies do. Even though since his mom's a beta, with lighter pheromones, the effect on his brain wouldn't be as bad as it would be with an omega or an alpha, he supposes. Pups don't really latch onto an alpha, they're not known for comforting. But he guesses that's old-fashioned thinking. They stay there for quite a while, but she needs to stretch at some point. Plus, having him resting on her probably isn't comfortable. Now he's resting on the couch. His head is on a pillow they brought from their last place, and the smell of home is comforting. He pulls the blanket up to his face and takes in the scent coming off it. "Here you are, sweetie," Mom says as she comes into his view, setting a tray with food down. Some rice porridge with green onions and some hot ginger tea. He lets out a sigh and sits up. Izuku really doesn't feel like eating right now, but he knows he needs to. He manages to get through a couple of bites, but swallowing makes him want to GG. The tea isn't as bad, so he finishes that. He lays back down and settles in. "Don't you want to rest in your room?" If he moved right now, he'd probably feel worse. He mumbles something unintelligible but waves off her question to get the point across. The meds he's taken help him fall into a deep sleep. As Izuku slowly woke up, he overheard a conversation. Someone was talking about needing help, mentioning that their scent wasn't strong. He recognized the voice as All Might's, and a wave of embarrassment washed over him. He didn't want All Might to see him in such a state. As he sat up, he suddenly felt nauseous and leaned over a bowl placed nearby. "It's okay, honey, you don't need to apologize for something you can't control," he heard a comforting voice say, rubbing his back gently. "All Might," Izuku managed to say between deep breaths, trying to calm himself. He felt tears and snot streaming down his face, adding to his discomfort. "Don't apologize, my boy. I've experienced much worse," All Might reassured him, which eased Izuku's mind a little. He remembered a time in kindergarten when he had been sick and felt awful about it. "Since I'll be a teacher soon, I should get used to sick kids," All Might added with a chuckle. Once it was clear that Izuku was done being sick, his mother came over with tissues to clean his face. Izuku leaned back on the pillow, feeling All Might's gentle hand on his head, providing a wave of calming energy. The scent All Might emitted was fresh and soothing, helping to ease Izuku's headache. "Sweetheart, you have to eat something," his mother said, pulling him from his thoughts. He opened his eyes to see her with a tray of rice porridge and ginger tea. He slowly sat up, grateful that his stomach felt a bit more settled. "Thanks," he said, reaching for the ginger tea and drinking half of it quickly. He took a bite of the porridge, managing to eat a little before feeling queasy again. After signaling that he was done, he settled back down on the couch and turned to All Might. "Hello, young Midoriya," All Might greeted him. "Hey, sorry you have to see me like this," Izuku replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. "What a prince of nonsense. While I'd prefer you to be better, I'm not so superficial that I'd resent you when you're unwell," All Might said with a laugh. "Plus, I don't really have much room to speak about someone's appearance," he added, gesturing to himself. "Hey! You look fine!" Izuku exclaimed, though the volume made his head throb. "Besides, there's not really anything you can do about your appearance." "Exactly," All Might said with a teasing smile. Izuku felt a flush of embarrassment and pulled the blanket up to cover his face. They spent the rest of the evening together until it was time for bed. After saying goodbye to All Might, his mother sent him straight to his room. He managed to get a few hours of sleep before waking up feeling uncomfortable. He took the medication Recovery Girl had given him and tried to settle in, feeling cold yet sweaty. The next few days followed a similar pattern, but each day brought a little more improvement. Eventually, Recovery Girl cleared him to start working out again, though he had to take it easy. It felt good to experience muscle soreness from exercise rather than withdrawal. One morning, he woke up feeling unusually warm, especially around his neck and wrists. When he left his room, his mother commented on how strong his scent was today. "My whole body feels hot, especially my neck, wrists, and inner thighs," he explained. Concerned, his mother decided to call Recovery Girl for advice. After breakfast, Izuku noticed that swallowing felt strange, and moving his wrists was uncomfortable. Recovery Girl arrived and examined him. "Your body seems to be overproducing pheromones, likely trying to compensate for lost time," she explained. Once your body regulates itself, everything should return to normal size. The main concern is if your neck glands swell enough to block your airway. Izuku shared his worries, but Recovery Girl reassured him that as long as he could breathe normally, they would just have to wait and see how things progressed. Izuku was unsure if a bronchodilator would help if his throat began to close from the pressure, but he accepted the inhaler she offered him. He wondered if she always carried them or if she had brought it because of the swelling in his neck. He mentioned, "My hands feel tingly, and my thighs hurt when pressure is applied." She explained that the tingling was likely due to the swelling pressing on the veins in his hands, but it shouldn't be a concern at this level. However, if it worsened and his fingers changed color, he should reach out to her again. She also advised him to avoid wearing pants to alleviate pressure on his inner thighs. After packing her things, she left for school, mentioning how busy she was with classes starting back up. Izuku headed to his room, but instead of resting, he planned to catch up on his training. He attempted some stretches, but his thighs protested with discomfort. He pushed through, determined to complete his routine, but by the time he reached the pigeon pose, he could hardly continue. Lying on his back, he stared at the ceiling, contemplating a trip to the gym. However, remembering his mother's advice to rest, he quietly opened his door and made his way to the gym. He decided to postpone leg workouts to give his thighs a break. While doing shoulder presses, he realized his wrists were not up for the challenge. Opting for self-preservation, he skipped some exercises, knowing he wouldn't manage push-ups or planks. His mother appeared in the doorway, hands on her hips, and remarked, "I should have known I'd find you here." Surprised, he replied, Hey. I was just doing part of my workout. I actually skipped a lot of it. I promise I'm taking it easy." She responded with a tone that suggested finality, "Well, I think that's enough." Relieved to have completed some exercise, he headed for a shower, opting for a cooler temperature to soothe his swollen glands. Afterward, he returned to his room to tackle schoolwork. Having finished the day's assignments and a few more, he found it easy to work ahead without the pressure of staying under the radar. Around 3, he felt he had done enough but found himself staring at the ceiling, feeling an inexplicable irritation. Though he was uncomfortable due to his swollen glands, this feeling was different, and he couldn't quite grasp its source. Pacing his room, he noticed one of the remaining boxes he hadn't unpacked. Most of his belongings were organized, but he had yet to find a place for his stuffed toys. At 15, he felt hesitant to display them on his bed, even though they were all hero-themed. One particular toy caught his eye, a teddy bear dressed in an All Might onesie, a gift from his mother. While he had stored the matching onesie long ago, he was grateful to have the bear. He picked it up and sat on his bed, but something felt off. He began to fidget with his bedding, an unusual urge compelling him to mess it up. Although he typically preferred a tidy space, he felt a need to rearrange things. After making some changes, he turned his attention to grooming the bear, smoothing its fur. Holding it close, he stroked it gently, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction he couldn't quite understand. Suddenly, a soft noise escaped him, surprising him. He realized he was making a sound that was typically associated with comfort. Each sound had its own meaning, and he knew that this particular noise was meant to soothe. He thought about how different designations had various sounds, each conveying different emotions. Shaking off the distraction, he focused back on the bear. He wondered if this was a good thing, something they had wanted for him. Although it felt a bit annoying, it wasn't terrible, and he hoped things would stabilize. Many people dealt with their instincts, he was just experiencing them a bit later than others. On the bright side, he felt a lot better. He could barely feel the swelling, and Izuku wasn't sure if that was a good or bad thing. The warmth radiating from his body made him sweat a little. He sighed in contentment as he nuzzled into his stuffed bear. The peace he felt was enough to lull him into sleep. "You can check, he should be resting," his mother's voice reached him just as he heard the door open. Who could it be? Actually, who else would it be besides It's not what it looks like. Izuku shot up and met All Might's eyes. How embarrassing. To be seen at his age cuddling a stuffed animal. And his room ugh. He turned away and buried his face in his pillow. It's all right, my boy. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Finding comfort in stuffed animals is perfectly fine, especially when you're not feeling well, All Might reassured him. It's my instinct's fault. Making me want to pamper a stuffed animal, that's all. I'm more grown than this. He could say it was okay all he liked, but Izuku didn't usually do things like this. He didn't fault anyone who did, but it just wasn't him. And to have All Might see him like this was just too embarrassing. Izuku was supposed to make a good impression as his successor. Your instincts are making you do this. That's good news. Your body is repairing itself. All Might said enthusiastically. Izuku heard him walk closer and grumbled in response. CRP, I didn't mean to do that. Why'd I do that? All he was doing was getting closer. I can hear your thoughts from here. I don't fault you for vocalizing your discontent. If you don't want me near, I'd much prefer that you tell me rather than me pushing your boundaries. I'm not upset with you or anything. I just don't feel good right now. Izuku unburied his face and flopped down on his side, clutching the bear close. He knew he was pouting, but this was frustrating. He had never been an instinct-driven person, but now they were surfacing. He just had to learn how to control them. And I understand that, my boy. You're dealing with a whole new world. I won't hold your behavior against you, All Might said kindly. Dinner's ready. Mom called from the other room. Feeling up to eating at the table right now. I'm sure your mother wouldn't mind if you ate here. Izuku sighed and sat up. Ignoring the ache in his thighs. And oh no, he was in his underwear. In front of a guest, in front of All Might. Honestly, whatever. He could freak out about this, but he was tired, even though he had just slept. I can come, Izuku said as he hopped off his bed, but his legs spasmed. Maybe he shouldn't have worked out. He turned to leave the bear on his bed, but as he walked away, his stomach ached with a longing for it. You can bring the bear, young man, All Might offered, noticing how Izuku stopped and trembled with the need for the bear. Fine, he said begrudgingly. He didn't want to carry around a teddy bear, but his instincts hadn't gotten the memo. Yagi-san had already gone ahead of him, and he walked out with the bear, taking a seat at the table. He heard whispering from the kitchen. All Might was probably explaining the bear. Izuku was actually thankful for that. He was embarrassed enough as it was and didn't want to have to explain. Mom came out carrying dishes of food, and All Might followed with more. Izuku felt he should help. No, young man, you stay seated. I'm not going to have you carrying anything with those wrists. You've already strained them enough by working out, Mom chided as she set down the dishes. He wanted to argue, but she sent him a look. He didn't want to upset her further, so he wisely stayed seated. They served themselves. Yagi-san only grabbed rice while Mom and Izuku piled curry onto their plates. Dinner passed with little fanfare. All Might did most of the talking since he had so little to eat. Izuku loved hearing about All Might's day. Since he hadn't been able to train, he had a lot of free time, which was spent doing as much hero work as he could. Mom lectured him on using his time wisely and knowing when to quit so his form wasn't exposed. Izuku wondered when she found out maybe at Ned's office. Are you sure you don't want to stay? I know we don't have a bed for you, but the couch is plenty big, Mom offered as he prepared to leave. I'm afraid I'll have to pass. With my injury, I require a special bed so I don't wake up feeling awful. Recovery girl would have my hide if she knew I ignored my health, he said jovially. Izuku hoped Mom wouldn't tell recovery girl he worked out. Who am I kidding? Of course, Mom is going to tell her, he thought bitterly. Alright, it was lovely to have you. Make sure to get home safe, Mom said as he opened the door. He had come in at their door rather than the elevator, apparently already on campus, so he just took one of the cars the staff used to get around. I will, thank you for having me. Bye, All Might. A familiar feeling developed in Izuku's chest. Why was he anxious right now? Goodbye, young man. I'll see you again soon. Text or call if you need something, okay? As he stepped outside, a whine escaped Izuku's throat. He slapped a hand over his mouth in confusion. Why'd I do that? Izuku thought. Are you alright? All Might asked from where he paused outside. Yeah, I'm fine. I don't know where that came from or why I did that. Izuku shook his head. All Might looked unconvinced but continued closing the door. A new noise rose in his throat, but he held it down. He quickly turned and headed toward his room. Once he was there and the door was shut tightly, a long whine escaped him. His body shook from the anxiety flooding him, he was crying, and his chest was heaving. All he did was leave. Why am I anxious about this? Sure, he could get hurt somehow, he was a hero, so his life was always on the line. That thought wasn't really reassuring. But he was All Might. He could take care of himself. And sure, there was his time limit to think about, but he had had a limit for over 6 years. He could obviously take care of himself. But what about the sludge villain? He had run out of time there, and if Izuku hadn't intervened, he would have died. What if he got caught like before? His time was getting shorter and shorter, but he was still pushing himself. His thoughts spiraled, and it really hadn't done well for his anxiety. His breathing quickened as he clutched his bear tightly, feeling overwhelmed. Tears blurred his vision, but he managed to stumble his way to his bed. Once he settled in, he felt a slight sense of comfort, though his chest and eyes still burned. After calming down a bit, he got up to shower and brush his teeth, deciding to skip his evening workout and head to bed early. It took a while for him to fall into a restless sleep, tossing and turning as he tried to find a comfortable position. Whenever he found one, he would get too hot and have to shift again. During the night, he got up twice to take pain medication for his swollen glands, which had expanded as he slept. The discomfort in his neck made it hard to move and swallow, and his thighs ached, making movement difficult. He took an anti-inflammatory, though he doubted it would help much. When morning came, he woke up sweaty and with a dry throat. He had only sipped water to take his pills, not wanting to swallow more than necessary. However, he knew he had to eat. There was no way his mom would let him skip breakfast. He shuffled out of his room. "Good morning, sweetie, oh honey, you look awful," his mom said sympathetically, her expression filled with concern. "Thanks. I feel it," Izuku replied with a hint of sarcasm, noticing her worried expression. "Sorry. I'm just not feeling good. I don't know how I'm going to eat since swallowing hurts." "Well, we have those fruits from the basket Kayama-san sent. Maybe I can make you a smoothie. How about that?" "Sure." He appreciated her understanding as she turned to bustle around the kitchen. Izuku took a seat at the table and rested his face down. He heard her approach. "Here, sweetheart, these might help." She offered him a couple of bags of frozen veggies. It took him a moment to realize what she meant, but he quickly positioned one bag between his thighs, another under his neck, and held the last one between his wrists. He closed his eyes, resting his neck on the bag of veggies, vaguely aware of his surroundings. He heard the blender start up and soon after, a smoothie was set down next to him. He lifted his head and took a drink from the straw. "Thanks, Mom." Swallowing still hurt a bit, but the cold from the veggies and the smoothie helped, along with the medication he had taken earlier. He sighed and rested his neck back on the veggies, finding some relief from his headache. "Maybe I should stay home today," he suggested, knowing it was supposed to be her first day back at work. "No, I'm fine really. I can handle myself just fine." She didn't look convinced, especially since he was lying on frozen veggies. "Alright, I'll go to work. But I want you to message me every hour, okay?" she said, her brows furrowed and lips pursed. She clearly wasn't happy about leaving him, but she had to go back to work. As she prepared for her day, he stayed on the veggies, occasionally sipping his smoothie. She finished her breakfast and went to get dressed in her scrubs, returning with a strong scent of perfume. He realized she was probably trying to mask his scent since he was producing pheromones. "Alright, I'm off. You rest today, here. No working out. I put more smoothie in the fridge, so make sure to eat." He got up and followed her to the elevator. "I'm definitely not working out." But as she left, an anxious feeling returned, making him whine. She turned back, concern etched on her face. "Don't mind that. It's just something that has started to happen," he stammered, feeling embarrassed. She looked worried but continued to leave, prompting him to let out a longer whine. In a moment of instinct, he grabbed her shirt, but quickly released it, knowing he shouldn't. "Izuku, are you alright?" she asked. "Yeah. It's just my instincts making me clingy. But you can still go. We'll have to call Recovery Girl when I get home. If it gets any worse, just call her yourself, okay?" He nodded, unable to find his voice. She moved to leave again, and he felt a wave of desperation as he wanted to grab her and ask her to stay. He tried to offer a reassuring smile, but it didn't seem to ease her concern. The door shut, and he stood there for a moment before breaking down. That awful feeling returned, and he rushed back to his room, jumping into bed and clutching his bear tightly. He felt suffocated by anxiety. Are my glands finally closing my throat? He wondered, but he could still feel them and knew they hadn't swelled more. Tears blurred his vision, and all he could do was exist in his anxiety. He managed to calm down somewhat, but his body wouldn't let him move from his bed. He needed to put away the veggies. His mom messaged him every hour to check on him, and the pressure eased as he read and responded, but once the interaction was over, he felt paralyzed again. Soon enough, it was time to eat again, but his body remained frozen in place on his bed. The discomfort in his glands returned as the medication wore off. He could only move from his bed when he heard the elevator open. Finally, Izuku rushed to meet her, barreling into her embrace. "Izuku, honey, are you alright?" she asked with concern, wrapping her arms around him in return. "Yeah, I just missed you." Izuku managed to choke out. "Okay, sweetheart, we should definitely call Recovery Girl." "Yeah." He didn't release her, and she didn't make him let go, simply holding him as she rubbed his back. "It's alright, sweetie, I'm here," she whispered into his ear. Yes, she was here. Separation anxiety. Izuku thought to himself, wondering if that was something only dogs experienced. Yes, instincts often latch onto your loved ones, and when they're removed from your presence, it can be distressing. And since you're already an anxious person, it just amplifies that anxiety, Recovery Girl explained. "I'll prescribe you some medication to help with the anxiety, and it should also help with mood swings," she continued. Mom took the next day off to spend time with him, and they cuddled on the couch. In the evening, All Might came around. "It's good to see you feeling better, young Midoriya," he said. The swelling had gone down, and Izuku felt more like himself again. Besides the anxiety, he had been able to complete a lot of his schoolwork. "Yeah, I'm hoping to get back to working out properly soon." "Well, make sure you don't push yourself too hard. It's good to challenge yourself sometimes, but you don't want to injure yourself." "Of course." Izuku turned back to continue stirring. He had a sudden urge to make dinner for Mom. It took some convincing, but she finally agreed, insisting he rest and not overexert himself. Dinner went as usual. After the meal, Mom insisted she would do the dishes. Izuku wanted to help but knew she felt anxious if she couldn't contribute in some way. The next day, he decided to start doing chores while she was out. The house was new, so there wasn't much dust, but he began cleaning the bathroom, working from top to bottom as they had learned in school. He wiped down the mirror and cleaned the glass encasing the shower, feeling a sense of fulfillment after being unwell for so long. Even after working out, he felt energized. He thought about making lunch, and after eating bland food for over a week, microwave ramen tasted like a feast. He planned to make something more substantial for dinner, maybe chicken omurice. After lunch, he felt even more energized and decided to do more cleaning. Time passed quickly, and soon enough, Mom was home. He rushed to greet her, feeling better with her presence. "Hi, sweetie, how was your day?" she asked, her tiredness evident. "It was great. I got a ton done." "Really? You didn't overwork yourself, right?" she asked pointedly. "No, Mom." He decided not to mention his extra workout. "Did you clean?" She sniffed the air, trying to catch the scent of the cleaner he used. "Oh, yeah. I had a lot of energy, so I figured I'd clean some." "What about your schoolwork?" Her expression shifted to disapproval. "It's okay, I only have math left," he replied. He was ahead in all other subjects, so he had time to complete it. "Alright, but I want it done by the end of the day, okay? No working out until it's complete." "Fine," Izuku said begrudgingly. "Right, you go work on that, and I'll get started on dinner." "Actually, I wanted to make dinner. I want to make chicken omurice." "I can make you omurice, honey. You go work." I'd really like to do it myself," he said awkwardly. He didn't know why he was so insistent. Maybe it was because he missed cooking in home economics class. "I don't have home economics anymore, so I'm missing it, especially the cooking." He gave her his best puppy dog eyes. "Oh, alright," she said with an exasperated yet fond smile. He started by washing the brown rice and setting it in the rice cooker. They don't often use brown rice, but they have a lot in the cupboard, so he figured he'd use it. He brings out the chicken and coats it in spice before setting it in the buttered pan. He prepares a sauce in a pot and turns off the rice cooker, adding some of the rice to the pot while keeping some aside for when All Might comes over. Yagi said he'll be stopping by, his mom says from the doorway, perfect timing. Alright. He flips the chicken and lets it cook for a while before checking to see if it's cooked all the way through. He shreds the chicken and adds it to the pot, then sets about making the omelets. He plates up the rice and chicken mixture, setting the omelet on top before beginning another one. Soon enough, he's finished with the second omelet. He washes the pan before making Yagi-san's omelet, not wanting to accidentally give him something that would upset his non-existent stomach. He hears the elevator open and his mom going to greet All Might. "Hello, young Midoriya," All Might says as he sets the finished omelet on his small portion of rice. "Hey, All Might." Izuku picks up his mom's and his own portions and begins to bring them to the table. He turns back to see that All Might has grabbed his plate and is carrying it toward the table. After setting down their plates, he heads back to the kitchen to grab their utensils. As he heads to the table, he passes his mom as she comes into the kitchen. "What do you both want to drink?" she asks. "Water, please," All Might replies, sticking to his usual choice. "Barley tea, please," Izuku says. "That sounds good. I think I'll have the same," his mom adds. He heads to help her carry the cups. As she pours their tea, he grabs All Might's water and heads out with it. Soon enough, they're all seated at the table, saying their thanks before digging in. "So how were both of your days?" All Might asks between bites. "Actually pretty eventful," his mom answers. "Really? What happened?" Izuku inquires. "There was a villain attack near Kuniyashida Park, so we had a large influx of injured civilians. It was honestly exhausting. Since his mom doesn't work at a major hospital, they don't usually receive many villain attack victims." Izuku wonders why they received some. Were the major hospitals full? Then again, she's only worked the first shift for a little while, so maybe this is usual for the day shift. Most major attacks happen during the day, while the more minor crimes occur at night. "I believe I heard about that from the Hero Network, but I was out of time," All Might says. Izuku worries about him using up his time and getting caught by a villain. He hopes he has enough of a reason now to fight back. I'll have to read about it at some point tonight, Izuku replies. Usually, he's more on top of villain fights, especially in their area. Since he's been sick, he's been glued to his phone to keep himself occupied, at least when his headache allowed it. Being homeschooled should give him plenty of time to check on hero fights instead of only during lunch. I'm surprised you haven't read something already. What have you been doing all day? All Might jokes, used to Izuku jabbering about recent hero fights. As a hero, he offers good advice and analysis. I had a lot of energy today for some reason, so I decided to be productive and clean. I guess after being inactive for a while, my body wanted to take advantage of feeling better. That's the only reason Izuku can think of. Presenting isn't supposed to energize you, in fact, it can be pretty exhausting as your body changes. Well, I'm glad you're feeling so much better, All Might says. The conversation shifts toward All Might's exploits that day. After dinner, Izuku begins washing the dishes, giving his mom a stern look when she tries to take over. They settle with her drying the dishes. If you keep on with this recovery rate, you'll be able to start actual training soon, All Might says from where he leans against the counter. This makes Izuku bounce up and down on his toes, sending All Might a wide smile. He's been eager to return to hero training. Even while feeling awful, all he could think about was getting back to it. And you may be able to copy my quirk soon, All Might adds, hinting that Izuku will soon be able to receive his quirk. Really? But I've been slacking on training. Well, for one, you weren't slacking, you were sick. And for another, Nedzu made a very good point by saying it'll be better for you to copy it sooner rather than later so that you can get used to using it. That's reassuring. It would be tough to learn how to use it on the fly. And you'll be copying the other teacher's quirks soon so you can get used to them as well. Isn't that kind of unfair? Having a teacher's quirk, I mean. He's all for copying new quirks, as long as he has permission, but copying a bunch of pro heroes' quirks seems unfair to his future classmates. Is it unfair for you to use your quirk? No, my boy, it's not unfair for you to use your quirk. When All Might puts it like that, Izuku's question seems silly. I guess, but copying so many so close together seems counterproductive. How will I learn to use all of them so soon? I've always avoided copying too many quirks so I don't overwhelm myself. Yes, but you'll have the teachers there to help you. That does seem unfair to his future classmates. I can see your thoughts on your face, it won't be unfair. They'll simply be teaching you how to use their quirks, nothing else. He realizes he would get a better grasp of the quirks if they teach him. So far, only Kacchan has helped him train his quirk. The other people he's copied from didn't want to be heroes, so they never trained with their quirks. They could give him a bit of advice but never trained with him. Except maybe his mom, but she was learning alongside him since she only ever used her quirk for small things around the house. She didn't realize that her weight limit was determined by her physical capabilities. Since he had gained more muscle than her, he was able to pull larger objects. Curious about the quirks he might acquire, Izuku asked, "What kind of quirks will I be getting?" I know Present Mix is voice and Midnight's is somnambulist. Ectoplasm has clones and Snipe has homing. Eraserhead has erasure, which will be so useful. But what else? There must be a lot of teachers at UA, will I be getting all of their quirks? From what I know, you'll be limited to the teachers involved with the first-year heroics classes. I got to meet many of the staff since I'm going to be working here, he replied. Vlad King will be teaching Class B while Eraser will teach Class A. Besides homeroom, he'll be teaching heroics for his class. Alongside myself, and I believe he also teaches PE. The thought of BLD control excited Izuku. He had never encountered any BLD quirks before. He wondered if his appearance would change to match that of Vlad King, who had a unique look that worked for him, but Izuku wasn't sure he could pull it off. Vlad King had the quirk of BLD control, allowing him to manipulate his BLD once it left his body, controlling its flow and movement as well as hardening it. Izuku often pondered how much BLD he could lose before collapsing and how quickly his body could regenerate it. Could he live with less BLD? Hound Dog is the school's head counselor, so you may get his quirk, but since it's a mutant-type quirk, you might not. The only mutant quirk he had copied was photosynthesis, which simply turned him green. He wasn't sure how he would react to more extensive mutant quirks. Hakama Riko had the quirk of photosynthesis, allowing them to absorb sunlight and transform it into energy. Hound Dog's quirk not only gave him the appearance of a dog but also enhanced his senses, providing him with heightened hearing and smell. You'll receive heal as well. The idea of acquiring a healing quirk thrilled Izuku. He had always planned to copy a healing quirk since it would be incredibly useful. The thought of it being Recovery Girl's quirk was almost overwhelming. He had researched medicine and the human body in preparation for the day he would copy a healing quirk, but if he wanted to perform tasks like Recovery Girl, such as surgery, he would need to take special classes to become certified. Recovery Girl's quirk, Heal, allowed her to quicken the healing process by kissing a target, though it took some of the person's energy. And you'll probably receive Lunch Rush's quirk, though I'm not quite sure what it is. It's something food-based, at least, so it might not be great for combat. Lunch Rush was a rescue hero who specialized in providing food for civilians affected by villains or natural disasters. From what Izuku had heard, his quirk enhanced the taste of any food he prepared. 13 teaches rescue heroics. Her quirk could be quite powerful, so you'll definitely need her guidance. 13 was one of the top rescue heroes, known for her quirk, Black Hole, which could create small black holes at her fingertips, allowing her to SCK in and disintegrate matter. And you know Nedzu, though I'm not sure if he's going to allow you to copy his quirk. I don't see any reason why he wouldn't. Izuku wondered if his mind could handle that kind of power. Nedzu's quirk, High Specs, granted him intelligence and perception that surpassed any human. Power Loader works with the first-year heroics classes to create any support items they may need, so you'll probably get his quirk. Information about Power Loader was scarce, but several heroes had mentioned that he made their equipment. You know Ectoplasm and Snipe, who teach math and social studies, respectively. Present Mike teaches English, and Midnight teaches art. I'm not quite sure what Eraserhead teaches. He might teach hero history and law. Ectoplasm's quirk allowed him to release a viscous substance from his mouth and shape it into clones of himself. Izuku learned that he could create up to 36 clones at once, controlling each individually. Snipe's quirk allowed him to lock onto any target he saw, making any projectile he used chase after that target. Izuku wondered about the range of Snipe's quirk and what counted as a projectile. Could he target specific parts, or did he not control where his projectile hit? Present Mix quirk allowed him to increase the volume and pitch of his voice, producing loud sounds. Izuku was curious if he could produce infrasound and LTRSND. Midnight's quirk, Somnambulist, enabled her to exude a sleep-inducing aroma from her skin, which was said to be more effective against men but eventually worked on anyone. She had crafted an image that was both alluring and strategic, using it to stun her opponents. Eraserhead's quirk, Erasure, allowed him to cancel out the quirk of anyone he looked at. Despite seeming exhausted, he was kind and answered all of Izuku's questions. Cementos teaches literature, I think. But with his appearance, you may not be able to copy his quirk. It was a useful quirk, but it came with a drastic appearance change. Cementos had the ability to manipulate cement-based materials by coming into contact with them. Izuku didn't have a quirk like his, so it would be challenging to learn, but it would be good practice. It was impressive that he could not only defeat villains but also help the community. He probably allowed UA to manage a lot of destruction since he could fix it. 13 likely helped as well, and there might be other teachers with quirks that contributed to that. Disease teaches science, which makes sense considering their quirk. Izuku thought it was fitting, though he mused that Midnight's quirk might fit science better. But honestly, art fits her pretty well. Izuku pondered the implications of Disease's quirk, Black Mold, which allowed her to disperse black spores that could cause sickness if inhaled. He wondered if it was a specific kind of mold and realized he would need to consider some form of respiration since he suspected the quirk affected her as well. Adapter teaches computer tech, which makes even more sense, he thought, recalling Adapter's quirk, universal adapter. He could transform his fingers into various cords and his arm into different electrical outlets, allowing him to absorb information from devices and charge them using his energy. Such a versatile quirk would be great for underground work. Izuku remembered seeing him use his cords to wrap around villains. It made him think about his own transformative quirks, like shadow claws and wheels, the latter belonging to Tsukamoto Ayumi, who had wheels built into the bottom of her feet. From what he knew, Nezu didn't plan on informing the other teachers at UA. He trusted them but wanted to keep things contained and not overwhelm Izuku with information about their quirks. As he and his mom dried their hands after finishing up, All Might joined them, stretching his body, which popped and creaked loudly, causing Izuku some concern. "Are you stretching properly?" Izuku asked. "I'm simply an old man, my boy. When you get to my age, you'll pop and crack like I do," All Might replied with a chuckle. "Yes, but if you were stretching correctly, it wouldn't be this bad. Surely you learned that in physical therapy," Izuku pointed out, looking away sheepishly. "You did get physical therapy after your injury, right?" he asked, noticing All Might avoid his gaze while rubbing the back of his neck. "Well, I just never had the time," All Might admitted, sounding more embarrassed about being called out than ashamed of not attending. "Alright, stand here and hold your arms out to the side like this," Izuku instructed, maneuvering him into position. He had plenty of experience with injuries from being overly eager and straining his muscles. The best course of action was to stretch to help rebuild muscle mass, even if he wasn't a medical expert. "Right, you can see here that the arm by the injury can't be raised as high. Now I'm going to stretch your arms back. Tell me if you want me to stop." He grabbed All Might's right arm and pulled it backward, noting that it had decent range, but the other side was different. All Might's arm began to shake, and when he inhaled sharply, Izuku immediately stopped. "Okay, now I want you to hold them straight up." All Might struggled to straighten his arm fully, and Izuku noticed a spasm on his side that caused him to lower his arm. "I'm going to give you some exercises. Start by holding your arm straight up and then bend your body and arm to the opposite side. It might be hard, so just go at your own pace," Izuku explained. "Then you can hold your arm straight out and helicopter it like this." He demonstrated by twirling his arm around. "For the next one, you'll need to lay on the ground. Bend your knees until your feet are near your butt, then bring your knees to the side while keeping the rest of your body straight." Izuku dropped to the floor to show All Might how it was done. "Lastly, have you thought about a back brace? It might not work for your large form, but when you're skinny, it could help." He stood up and directed All Might to sit on the couch, but instead of sitting with him, Izuku began massaging his shoulders and upper back. "I tried one once, but it irritated my scar." "And you don't have to do that, my boy," All Might said, though Izuku could tell he was uncomfortable. "I know I don't have to, but I want to." The sound of All Might relaxing and sighing when Izuku found a good spot made him feel better. It felt good to take care of him, even if he had a startling lack of self-care himself. He thought his mom would say they were two peas in a pod in that aspect, and he realized it was a bit hypocritical to lecture All Might about taking care of himself when he often pushed his own limits. As the evening settled, they put on a documentary about pre-Quirk robotics. Soon, it was time for All Might to leave. "Well, as always, thank you for having me," he said, getting up with a groan, his body popping as he stretched. "Oh, actually, I was going to ask if you wanted to stay. We recently got a bed in the office for guests, and I asked Recovery Girl what kind of bed would be best for you," Izuku's mom offered. "You didn't have to do that for me," All Might replied, furrowing his brow. "I know. But we were getting a guest bed anyway, and it just made sense to have it be a bed our most frequent guest can use," she reassured him. She didn't mention that the real reason they got a guest bed was for him since he had been over so often. They didn't really have any other guests. Perhaps they could invite the Bakugas, but back at their old place, they always went over to their house since it was bigger and had a backyard for Kacchan and Izuku to spar in. Even though they could have guests, Mom respected that All Might didn't want people to see him in his current state. Hopefully, she would visit the Bakugas soon. She had been too worried about All Might to go anywhere besides work. She needed some socialization beyond Izuku, and while she had Yagi-san, it would still be good for her to see her friends. I guess I could stay, All Might said hesitantly. Izuku noticed that he seemed awkward when socializing. Being the number one hero probably didn't afford him many friends. Sure, everyone likes him and he's friendly with other heroes, but were any of them close to him? Izuku heads to the gym to work out. After finishing, he takes a shower and then decides to study and analyze any hero fights he missed while he was sick. Soon enough, he's in bed, ready to sleep. All Might is right next door, and his mom is across the hall. It satisfies his instincts to have them so close, warming his chest and bringing a giddy smile to his face. But suddenly, tears roll down his cheeks. Why? The warm feeling in his chest becomes overwhelming, and his breath stutters with hiccups. Why am I crying so much? He's always been an emotional person, but this feels excessive. He shouldn't be so happy just having Yagi-san and his mom nearby. He shouldn't be in tears over this. Why am I crying over this? Why am I so upset about crying? His jaw shakes as he clenches his teeth in frustration. He grabs at his hair in anger, realizing he's stopped breathing. He spends the next hour tossing and turning, trying to escape the feelings pounding in his head, eventually lulling himself to sleep. He wakes up quietly and stumbles his way to the gym, starting with his usual run to help wake him up. After finishing his workout, he heads to the shower to wash off the sweat. The prickly feeling of sweat trickling down his skin is particularly irritating this morning. He passes by Yagi-san on his way to the bathroom, who greets him enthusiastically, but Izuku can't muster the energy to respond. Offering a vague mumbled greeting, he quickens his pace. If he had to stay around Yagi-san any longer, he might snap. His irritation continues as he closes the bathroom door loudly, stepping into the shower with cold water to shock away his annoyance. Once he's out, he feels a bit calmer. Coming out, he sees All Might settled on the couch watching the news, while his mom works in the kitchen. Izuku flops down on the couch with a sigh. Rough morning? All Might asks softly. Yeah. Izuku could explain what's bothering him, but that seems like it would only irritate him more. Luckily, All Might understands he doesn't want to be bothered. Eventually, his mom calls them to eat. All Might has plain rice and a fried egg, while Izuku and his mom enjoy pork fried rice. Izuku settles into his seat and begins scarfing down his meal. His mom and Yagi-san talk about their plans for the day, trying to include him in the conversation, but he keeps his answers short. Sorry, Mom, I'm just not in the mood today. Could you please just leave me be? He says, trying to be polite despite his frustration. Well, what's the matter? She asks, concerned. It's nothing. Can you just leave me be? I don't want to be rude. He manages to say through gritted teeth, his tone sharp. Did something happen? No, I'm just in a bad mood today. Is there anything I can do? She asks, trying to help. But it's only getting on his nerves. Yes, just leave me alone, please. Izuku almost snaps, losing his patience. He doesn't want to be rude, but he feels overwhelmed. Alright, but I'm here for you, you know. That's enough to push Izuku over the edge. He shoots up and slams his hands on the table. Awk. I'm sorry, just leave me alone, he chokes out, tearing up. He storms off to his room, hearing his mom's chair move behind him and Yagi-san talking to her. He jumps into bed, burying his face in his pillow as sobs escape him. Why am I like this? She was just trying to be nice. And I had to go and be awful to her. What's wrong with me? He turns onto his side to breathe, grabbing his bear and squeezing it to his chest, occasionally using it to wipe away his tears. He lays there for a while, trying to calm down. Eventually, a soft knock sounds from his door. "Izuku, I'm heading to work. Call or text me if you need anything." "I love you, sweetie," his mom says from beyond the door. "I'm going to head off as well, my boy. You can call or message me if you need something," All Might adds. Izuku simply stays pouting at his wall, clutching his bear. He doesn't know how long he lays there, calming down. Eventually, his body urges him to move. That restless energy from yesterday returns, but he's already cleaned most of the house. Maybe I could wipe down my figures. Better than doing nothing. That doesn't take long since he just cleaned them when packing. His stomach grumbles, reminding him it's time for lunch. Despite his energy, he can't be bothered to make anything fancy, so ramen it is. What now? He leans back and stares up at the ceiling, trying to think of what to do. Oh. Laundry. He has clothes to wash, and he bets his mom does too. She probably won't mind if he enters her room to get her clothes, right? He dumps his basket first, followed by hers. As he adds laundry soap, something catches his eye: a blue cardigan sweater, his mom's. He tries to close the washer, but he needs that sweater. He grabs it with a shaky hand, closes the washer, and starts the load. He needs to get to his room. But as he exits, his eyes travel to the office door. He finds himself moving toward it, approaching the bed. He picks up the blanket and smells it. Maybe. No, not enough. He grabs the pillow and smells it. Yes. It's faint since he's only slept here once, but it'll have to do. Why does he need something that smells like All Might? He rushes out of the office, not bothering to check if he closed the door. He opens his own door and makes sure to close it behind him. He hurries to his bed and begins shuffling everything around, trying to find a place for the sweater and pillow. He feels frantic as he tries to make everything perfect. What exactly perfect means, he's not sure, but he knows this isn't it. Tears well up as he arranges his belongings, feeling that it's all wrong. He jumps off his bed to get a better look at the mess. It's not right. Why can't I get this right? He exclaims, his breathing becoming labored, making him dizzy. He collapses to his knees. I need to calm down. Why am I freaking out about this? He grips his hair, trying to regain control. His forehead thumps against the floor as he curls into himself. Time passes, though he can't tell if it's been minutes or hours, until he hears his mother's hurried footsteps and a frantic knock on his door. Sweetheart, you haven't responded to me or Yagi. Thankfully, I was allowed to leave early. Are you okay? Izuku lets out a long, drawn-out whine. Izuku. I'm coming in. She opens the door and rushes to his side, kneeling beside him. Baby. Are you hurt? What's wrong? She asks, her voice filled with concern. He lifts his head to bury his face in her shoulder, feeling a sense of calm wash over him, until he remembers how messy his space is. His breathing quickens again. Izuku, honey, what's wrong? She asks, wrapping her arms around him and rubbing his back. He thinks he mumbles something about not wanting her to see. It's okay, I promise. Whatever's wrong, I won't be upset, she reassures him. He struggles to let go of her, finally managing to point toward his bed. Oh sweetie. It takes her a moment to understand, and shame washes over him, prompting another pitiful whine. No, it's going to be all right. We can get you some more things for your nest, she says, petting his hair and kissing the top of his head. It's just not right. I tried. I'm sorry. He's unsure what he's apologizing for, whether it's for not getting it right, for her having to see it, or for breaking down. He feels himself getting worked up again. It's okay. Why don't we go get some of my things for you? She helps him up from the ground and starts to guide him out of his room, but he can't leave his belongings behind. He rushes back to grab his bear, his mom's cardigan, and the pillow Yagi-san used. He returns to her side, rubbing his wet face gently against his bear. Once in her room, he sets his things on her bed and begins to go through her closet with her. "How about this one? You love to wear it," she says, holding up a sweater he often borrows when it's cold. She shows him several other pieces before he decides that's enough and takes them back to her bed, setting them with his other items. Then, he climbs onto her bed. It's a good idea since her bedding smells like her. He inhales deeply as he arranges the clothes around himself. But he realizes he doesn't have anything from Auntie, Uncle, or Kacchan. He buries his face in the pillow and whines. "What's wrong, honey? What can I do to help?" Mom asks, hovering by her bed as he works. He knows he shouldn't be using her bed without permission, but he can't bring himself to leave. "I don't have anything from Auntie and Uncle or even Kacchan. And this pillow barely smells like Yagi-san," Izuku pouts. "I'll talk to them and get them to pick out some things for you." He nods in satisfaction, feeling a bit better knowing he'll have their scents soon. For now, his mom's things will have to do. Normally, he'd feel embarrassed about her asking the others for help, especially All Might, but all he can think about is having their scent nearby. Mom leaves after he closes his eyes, and he lets out a long whine. Sitting up, he makes a grabbing motion toward her, and she comes to sit on the edge of her bed. He hears her making a call to someone, probably Yagi-san. Her scent and whispered words lull him into sleep. Having a breakdown is tiring. He wakes to a masculine voice nearby and grumbles in warning. "Izuku. That's not nice. Yagi even went to the Bakugas and picked up the things they chose for you." Izuku sits up, bleary-eyed, and sees All Might holding a box. He shuffles to the end of the bed and reaches for it, gratefully accepting it. He sets it on the bed and begins to go through it. Yagi-san's items are on top, with the Bakugas things below. "Izuku. What do you say?" All Might asks, a question he hasn't heard since he was a child. "It's alright, Midoriya-san." He clearly has more important things on his mind, All Might jokes. "Thanks," Izuku replies shortly before refocusing on his task. Everything has to be perfect. He hears them chatting in the background, but he's too focused to pay attention. Eventually, he arranges everything as perfectly as he can and lays down in it. Unfortunately, he's not allowed to sleep just yet. "Here's something easy to eat, honey," Mom says, approaching with a tray. He hisses in annoyance at being disturbed. "Don't you hiss at your mother," she scolds, though her tone is light-hearted. His face scrunches up in disapproval until the tray is set in front of him. His stomach grumbles at the smell of the tonkatsu, and he begins to eat eagerly. After the meal, she takes his plate, and he's finally allowed to sleep. Later, he might regret missing his workout, but for now, he feels content. He wakes up to more voices outside Mom's room. He tries not to jump to conclusions after grumbling at Yagi-san. He hears a feminine voice, but it has a sultry inflection, so it's definitely not Auntie. The loud, exuberant voice isn't Uncle or Kacchan either. He can faintly hear a baritone voice mixed in with the others. Mom was talking to some guests, which meant she was alone with strangers in their house. Izuku jumped out of bed and quickly made his way out the door, rushing toward the sound of the voices. He turned the corner and let out a startled hiss at the unexpected visitors. But they weren't intruders, they were 3 pro-heroes. Izuku felt his face burn with embarrassment as he slapped his palm to his mouth. He curled up on the floor, unable to look at them, and let out an embarrassed groan. "It's alright, yo." Present Mike said cheerfully from his spot next to Izuku's mom at the table. "Yes, I appreciate confidence, but you really don't need to be like that," Midnight teased while sitting on his mother's other side. "We understand you're still learning your instincts. It would be illogical to judge you. We work with kids for a living, we're used to it," Eraserhead said dully from his spot on the couch. Still, sorry. And, What are you doing here? And not to complain or anything. Izuku said as he curled from the floor. We decided to check in. You guys must be lonely all the way out here. Present Mike said loudly, his voice booming as usual. Izuku recalled that Present Mike had mentioned in an interview that he'd had his quirk since BRTH. I know you didn't want anyone over, dear, but you can't survive off Yagi and I, plus, now that you're getting better, you'll be working with them soon, Mom said, referring to Izuku's training. He had been messaging Kacchan daily instead of calling, though he sometimes missed days. Yeah. We need to get to know our new student. Midnight chimed in, her tone playful. Izuku thought that was just how she spoke, he didn't believe she would actually cross any boundaries. Ah, okay. Come sit. Mom motioned him forward and pointed to a seat next to Midnight. As he drew closer, he noticed her scent, which made him stiffen. He decided it was better to sit next to Present Mike instead, whose scent was more comforting. You're gonna make a lady cry. Midnight said with an exaggerated pout, clearly enjoying the moment. Ah. Well, it's your scent. Meant no offense. Izuku stumbled over his words, feeling flustered. Relax, sweetie, I'm just teasing. I get it. She offered him a playful smile that made him feel warm. How about we actually talk about his training? Eraserhead muttered, surprising Izuku with his alertness. Right. Listen up. The plan starts with you copying All Might's quirk. Apparently, his quirk could be hard to learn, so he wants you to have time to get used to it. So he's enlisted the help of us teachers, including yours truly. Present Mike said, animatedly moving around. He's concerned about how your body will handle his quirk, but we already have a working solution. In fact, I don't mean to brag, but it was me who came up with the solution. Present Mike added proudly. While you're working on that, we'll begin pheromone desensitization training. If that's going well, we'll start to introduce some of the teacher's quirks, he continued excitedly. Somewhere along the line, we'll work on your combat training and probably some other skills like parkour. Oh. I appreciate the offer, but I think that would be unfair to my future classmates, so I'll just continue with my normal training and the quirk training, Izuku said sheepishly. That's illogical. As a hero, you'll have to use every resource at hand. What will you do if an enemy has a quirk that would help the situation? Not copy their quirk. Eraserhead replied, sitting up to face Izuku directly. I don't like copying quirks without permission, Izuku said quietly, unable to meet his gaze. If you think you can get by without copying a quirk without permission, then you're sorely mistaken. If you're not willing to give 100%, then you don't deserve to be a hero. His words made Izuku tear up, but he refused to cry. He knew he had a point, but the DLVRY stung. Turning away, he buried his face in his arms on the table as his emotions overwhelmed him. Now look what you did, Sho. Present Mike exclaimed. If he can't handle the truth, then he shouldn't expect to last long at UA, Eraserhead replied. Come now, you know hormones are high right now, Midnight said from across the table. Izuku didn't know how long it took for him to calm down, but he knew the teachers left soon after he felt better. He hadn't even gotten to ask Midnight any questions, they had classes to teach. As the rest of the day unfolded, Mom headed to work after fretting over Izuku for a while. He tried to reassure her, but Eraserhead's words lingered in his mind. If he wanted to be a hero, he would have to be prepared to use every tool available, including quirks. All the negative comments from schoolmates echoed in his thoughts. No. He was determined to use his quirk to be a hero. But to do that, he had to be ready to make tough choices. As long as it was a villain's quirk he used, it would be okay, right?